So today we're going to be checking out Dave the Diver. I have played this game before, the early access version. In the early access version, we only had access to 3 acts. There are now 7. I can't remember if they're acts or chapters. It doesn't matter. There were 3 units of game. Now there's 7. They've also added a ton of new systems. There's like farming, a whole bunch of stuff. We could go check out the mermaid place and all that kind of stuff. So there's a lot more game here. For those who don't know what Dave the Diver is, the basic idea is you are Dave. You are a diver. You get roped into diving to catch fish for a sushi restaurant that you also work at. In this like tropical paradise place. And it's going through that game. I'm slowly drifting to left. It's going through like that game loop of during the day you go down, you dive, you catch a bunch of fish, then you come back up, and at night you have your chef there, but you like run around and give the orders to people and that kind of stuff. So it does kind of have like a plate up kind of thing at the end. Not quite as elaborate as plate up, but a plate up kind of cycle, and then like the exploring the world and catching the fish cycle. Now, before we get into it, let's go ahead and check the settings because that's what things. I'm gonna leave that controller. Last time I unplugged it, messed up. Go check the settings and see what accessibility stuff they have. There is not a whole lot here. We could adjust the volume and all that. I think that'll be good. We can adjust the volume, all that. We could set language, so you do have language selection. Otherwise, not a whole lot there. So that's not necessarily bad. You never know. Stuff like, it doesn't matter. You know, like the best thing for accessibility is, you know, it's better than having a good colorblind filter. Not needing a colorblind filter because you didn't create your game in such a way that colors are a problem. So that said, now that saying, I have played this before, so there is the accessibility concern of screen shake, and I cannot turn it off, which is a big negative for me because that's a thing that causes people with motion sickness issues a problem. And I remember it not being great about that stuff. Okay, I am going to start a new save since we did play in the early access, and I feel like we should start fresh. I really enjoyed the cinematics. For the record, the cinematics are going to get super duper over the top later. Like, in the best of ways. Yeah, the artists to this game are really solid. That's interesting. The drinking soda sound played at the wrong time there. It played like a good 3 seconds early. It doesn't matter. But I was like, wait, why is it making the soda drinking sound? He doesn't have the soda to his mouth. Okay. So I have that lead-in story stuff before we really get into too much. Oh, Dave, you got here quickly. Well, I was told to hurry here. I was on vacation, you know. So, where's the sushi at? Don't rush yourself, Dave. Have a look around. Look at this giant blue hole. I've never seen anything like this. It's not just the size. Every time you enter the giant blue hole, the terrain and ecology changes, which means This could be an incredible business opportunity. What kind of business? Well, we can discuss that later. I heard you took a break from diving. How about warming up? I'll guide you from here. Go ahead and go on in. I have a good feeling about this. Okay. So we dive in the water. Oh yeah, I hold the button, that's right. Okay. This is the first phase of the game, is diving in. Nice form, huh? Alright, how about try stretching out a bit? Try moving to the marked area. You can use shift to move quickly. Remember, that speeds up oxygen consumption. Good, looks like your skills are intact. Your moves are nimble as a freshwater snail. Let's now practice using your weapon. You'll need it for contingencies and the dive knife. Try using the survival knife on small fish. You can use the left mouse button. So I crowd them up against a wall so I can catch them easier. Well done, smooth and quick. Finally, you haven't forgotten how to use a harpoon, have you? The harpoon? Well, I haven't used one in a long time. Do you aim first and then? Looks like you'll need some practice. Let's just try harpoon to catch, say, 3 fishes. Aim with right, fire with left. Now it's your turn. Alright. Okay, so I'm not allowed to go deeper, so I just gotta catch the real tiny stuff. Yeah, so screen shake is the one thing. I do wish they had a thing for turning that off. I think that should get you back on track in no time. Alright, come back up to the boat. Yeah, so screen shake is the one big thing that I was like, alright. That they really should have a saying for. Okay, now that you got the hang of it, let's get down to business. Dave, you love sushi, right? For sure. That soft meat, the oily rice. Oh man, that's just the best. Aha. Well, listen up. I have a friend who's a sushi chef who left the business for a while. He has a bit of a sharp tongue, a slight temper, but he has one skill that I can guarantee is unmatched in the world. It is right here, and I started a restaurant with my friend who sells one-of-a-kind sushi. The sushi sold here is made from the fresh fish caught from the blue hole. Let's see, where fish from all over the world can be found. Don't you think people will go nuts for it? Yum, I'm craving it. I bet so. Why don't you join our awesome venture? As well, what do you say? I mean, I love eating, but I don't know a thing about cooking. Nothing to worry there. The restaurant is all ready. All you need to do is dive to get the ingredients. Doesn't sound too bad, right? I wonder what this kind of game if they made if you decline is like, oh, and then just game over. So I can eat as much sushi as I want? Yeah, sure. You have to pay though. Can't wait to check it out. The sushi restaurant next to the blue hole. It was supposed to open tonight, but I'm not sure if it's ready. Let's go have a chat at the restaurant. Okay, so now I gotta take our boat back. Hey, Bancho. We all ready to open? As you can see, ready just in time. Oh, it's already finished? You? Ah, you're the fisherman Cobra was talking about. Well, I'm more of a diver than a fisherman. Alright. Anyway, nice to meet you. I'm Bancho. So, you like sushi? Sure do. Tuna belly, eel, sea urchin. Oh boy, this thing about it makes my mouth water. Just as mediocre as expected. Sushi is a food that combines the soul with the sea and the land. It symbolizes Mother Nature herself. Most people, however, have only tasted the more accessible fish like you. How empty a life is when that ends without ever tasting the beauty Mother Nature can offer. My calling is to bring the taste of Mother Nature to everyone. An earthquake? The interior is really quite a mess. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna have to delay opening today. You know what? I spent all my money getting this restaurant together. I'll have to recover the repair costs through doing business. In this state? In the end, the importance of a restaurant is the taste. First, we do need ingredients. What did you bring any? Well, I have something I just caught. Only 3 fish? This will be enough to serve the guests. Please go catch 7 more first. Oh, and the restaurant is going to open only in the evening. Won't that decrease sales? You think we should invite customers without adequate preparation just to make a little more money? It's a chef's duty to prepare the best possible food with meticulous and precision, just as a warrior sharpens his knife on a whetstone. You will need to get me the best quality ingredients during the day. Okay? And that's just to set you up to have, like, some upgrade procedure or whatever. It seems like Bancho's really passionate about his work. He may not be talking about personal stuff, but this guy can talk about sushi all night. I haven't seen Bancho so enthusiastic since the incident. It's nice to see him like this. The incident? Oops, maybe I shouldn't have brought it up. Well, anyway, we need more ingredients. Go catch 7 fish first. Okay. Alright. So the catch you run into is, as early on in the game, you're not really capable of that much. So, like, when it comes to catching fish, there are big, ridiculous fish you can catch later. But we're not going to be able to catch those. We also have a depth we can get to that... I can't remember if I can actually... Yeah, those I'd have to weaken first. It's probably not worth my time. Not yet, at least. Ah, it hurts. I don't think sea urchins can be picked up with these gloves. And there is crafting in the game and all that, so I gotta get materials. And you do have depth limits that you can go deeper than, but you run out of air much faster if you do. Alright, you look a little bit bigger, so we're gonna try and snag a couple of you. I forgot about that whole mechanic. Ow! Eel? That's another thing I wish they had is like the Oh, we're just gonna have to get... I gotta catch him fast, because I have limited air and I'm already halfway through my air. Oh, come on. I'm misjudging the range on the spear gun. But yeah, it's one of those other things I would like is them to not have the, like, they can have the mini game where you have to mash the button a bunch, but be able to turn that off kind of thing. You have a limit on how much you can carry as well. So if you look in the bottom, it's 7.5 out of 9. I believe you can go a little bit over that, but after... No, I don't think you can go to that. Yeah, exactly. You're saying an accessibility option should be just to hold the button or thing. Yep, I agree. Alright, so we're basically full. We're about out of air, so it's time to head in. Man, I agree. Alright, let's look at what you caught. At this rate, we'll have boatloads of money in no time. My. Would you look at the time? You have to hurry up and get things ready. Why don't you head to the sushi bar? Okay, so it gives you a record. So we spent about 3 minutes down there. The depth we went to was 40 meters. We caught 10 fish, and we obtained 4 not fish items. The biggest fish we got was a 50-centimeter, 2-star quality Mediterranean parrotfish. Oh, by the way, sorry, I skipped that one. You get ingredients ready for dinner starts. I'm trying to remember. I think the fish tank may be for, or something. Okay. How are the preparations coming along? I think we're mostly set. That's good. Here's a great evening. Where do you think you're going? Didn't you hear from Cobra? You helped me run the sushi bar from today onwards. What? I don't understand. Cobra told me that there is someone who could help with the ingredients and serving. They said all I needed to do is cook. And who else is there for that but you? I think Cobra. Camera invert. Let's see. I think I'm gonna leave the camera. And who else is there but you? Wait, I never worked a restaurant before. The guests will be here soon. I'll give you a quick primer. Pay attention. What? Open the ingredients below. Here you can check your fish, crops, sauces, and other materials you have. For now, that's all you need to know. Come back later for more information. Alright, so give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna try and adjust the camera. Because we're gonna go like this, and we're gonna go like this. We're gonna go whoop. Okay. I just realized if I move it over here, because I'm not sure where I should put the camera on this one. All right, so that should be fine. I don't know. It seems like no matter where I want to put this, it feels like it's gonna cover something. It's just gonna cut. Well, actually, let's just put down here for normal. All right. Well, no, that's where your weapons are. Come on, give me a second. Lock that in place. I need to make like variations of the same scene where I can just like click it and it just, you know, shifts the camera around. All right. Anyways, being distracted by that. Press C to close the ingredient window. Now let's start. You should know how to. Let's see. I'll show you how to register actual items on the menu. Okay. New recipes will be added to the menu before. Need to be added to the menu before so they can be sold to the customers. There's sushi recipe for the fish you have acquired earlier, so try getting the menu registered. So the idea is you have limited number of things you can sell per night. So you have to be like, okay, what do I have? So I have all these, so I've got 9 of whatever that is, so that probably should go on the menu. That probably wasn't that hard. Setting ingredients to auto-apply will make things more convenient. Let me repeat. Only food on the menu can be sold. If you run out of ingredients, you have to replace the items on the menu and refill the ingredients. You can also enhance the flavors of dishes. So let's try that out when we have enough ingredients. Now, use the ingredients you caught to fill up the menu as much as you can. So they added an auto. I don't see this auto they speak of. Yes, I'm basically going by what I have the largest quantity of to the least. Because it is a thing that if you run out, they just stop having it, and if you run out of things that you have on the shelf kind of thing, you just don't do anything. Alright. How long are you gonna stand there talking? Give me a cup of green tea to quench my thirst. Have you ever poured green tea before? No, only soft drinks, I think. I'll tell you how. Go over to Cobra. I way overfilled that. So the idea is you have to like sit there and start it, and then guess it to stop. Still too high. Okay, or not. Okay, customers drank green tea of a good or higher quality pay more. Ha, as I expected. Bancho's green tea is quite something. That tea really got my appetite going. Is there something there to eat, perhaps? Demanding as always. Why don't you try serving him some food while you're at it? So, he'll make the food. Come over here, where I am, and take this food. And then I go here, and I serve it. Hello? You said the package last week, you said? What in the world? Let me check on it. Cobra didn't even eat. He's always distracted like that. The food can't be reused, so I'll have to throw it out. It seems like such a waste to throw it away. Banco Sushi never reuses food. We do not put food made for guests on the table twice. Well, alright. Everything looks about ready. I haven't cooked for customers in a while. Kinda nervous. Don't forget to press E after filling the menu to open the business. Okay. So, it's time to open the restaurant, and now I get to check this out. Okay. And just like these other games, you'll notice like it's pulsing faster and faster. That eventually they will get to a point that they'll get upset that you're taking too long. Alright. And then later on we'll get more varieties and all that we have to deal with. You also get staff to help out with later. Okay. I keep expecting to be left, right, left, right, left, right, and it's both at the same time. Alright, so we're closed for today. And we made, let's see, you earned 5 artisan flames, you've earned $65 for between tips, cooking, and others. And is saying the blue tang was the top sales, which is just because of volume, honestly. Hey, 89, it's going pretty good. Ugh, work's finally done for the day. My back and legs hurt. You were clumsy, but not bad for a first day. Try a little harder next time. I suppose coming from you, that's a compliment. A man should not feel gratification from simple compliments. Yeah, alright. In any case, a toast to the opening of Bancho Sushi. Alright, so in a second I should be able to escape. Okay. It's a perfectly nice blue hole. Are you the man who's diving around here? Yeah, I think so. I was expecting more a professional-looking guy. I can hear you, you know. In any case, can you do something for me? Shouldn't you tell me who you are first? I'm Ellie, and I study biology at the local graduate school. I've come out to investigate after reports of anomalies in the area. Satisfied? Okay, so what do you want? I'd like to study the ecology of the blue hole. Get me some agar and some red starfish first. I don't think it's a good idea to ask just one of each, so get me 2 of each. Your tone makes me want to refuse. I've got a reward, but if you don't want it, that's fine by me. A reward? Well, I wasn't refusing. I'm just saying, you could ask more nicely. In any case, please hurry. Don't dally. Alright. So now you have our smartphone. You can use your smartphone to access various types of content, check your missions, and more. Game settings can be accessed from the phone. Okay, so bear with me for just a moment, because I would like to get a shout-out here for Adionomic. So shout-out Adionomic. Another content creator on the platform. Definitely worth checking out. Been playing some Super Mario. I'm forgetting what it's called. The thing where it's basically like super duper difficult, where you like jump between the platforms that people have made deliberately ridiculously hard maps. That are designed to just murder you over and over again. Yeah, so check them out if that's your jam. Good content creator. All right, so getting back into it. Let's see. What's the point of calling me and so close? It's a waste of phone fees. Talk to me in person. Okay. We get a bunch of random junk mail. Excellent. We click the Get Rich Now button. We have the weather. Oh, that's kind of cool that I can actually check the weather multiple days ahead. Okay, and the settings on the phone is literally the same settings. I was hoping that maybe as well as things that outside of, like... Alright. I was kind of hoping that, like, outside of the, thing that would have extra settings or whatever. Alright. Anyways. How's the game? The game is awesome. It's, like, it's got part of it that's sort of played up-ish that I think you got in here just after. It's got part of it where you go down, you collect resources. There's also a lot of exploration and all that. It does have kind of a roguelite element to it. Okay. And I think the red marker over those ones means it is something that will attack me. We're pushing our depth. You see where that's turning yellow and blinking? It means they use air faster down here. Ah! Okay, that was a big fish too. Alright, getting ourselves a lionfish. And we're obviously like working with like the absolute worst in equipment. They do damage every time you hit. How much life do you have? Please. I've already committed so much to killing you. Hey, Joyful. How's it going? How much life do you have? You're bleeding an awful lot. Please just... There, finally. Okay, if you exceed your weight limit, you slow down. If you exceed an even higher amount, you won't be able to carry anymore. Okay. So we are kind of overburdened with stuff. Let's just go up now. Because, you know, get this home, secure it. That's fine. I'm gonna go right over here for just a second. Got some quest items here. Alright. And we finished all that. Let's get out of here. If you do run out of air below, you don't die. It just, you do like an emergency evacuation that you get just one of the items you had. You actually brought them back? I guess I expected too little of you. Alright, this should do for now. I'll give you a reward as promised since you helped me do my research. The sudden ecological changes in this region will need to be studied further, so I'll continue to need your services. Add my number. Cool. She gave us olive oil, soy sauce, and money. Oh, Dave, you collected 100 gold. Great job. This should be enough to repair what's broken. Then give me some time. These repairs need to be done right. I really hope the customers keep coming. Alright. So we're down there for 4 minutes, and we went 1 meter deeper than before. Dave, you get to loosen up yesterday? I saw a lot of nasty fish. It won't be easy to go any deeper. I did notice that the fish in the blue hole have an odd violence streak. Perhaps something put them on edge? Speaking of which, why don't you take a gun with you in addition to the harpoon? A gun? I have a friend who's knowledgeable about guns. I'll introduce you to him. Wow, Cobra, it's been a while. Who's the goofy-looking guy next to you? Sorry, I wasn't the nicest thing to say, stranger. I'm Dave, a professional diver. Interesting. I thought divers were athletic and muscular. You seem to defy my prior knowledge. People who live in glass houses. So what's this about? I'd like to get straight to the point. I've begun an interesting business venture. And now, I'm in need of some weapons. Duff, I need your help. Season 2 of Strastella just ended anyways. I'll give you a listen. Alright, I actually discovered a fascinating giant blue hole, and the terrain and ecology inside changes every time you go inside. Oddly, any equipment found inside breaks down when brought up. I'd like you to make us a weapon that can be used inside. That's rather interesting. You piqued my interest as a weapons researcher, you could say. My hypothesis is anything that's not made from materials found inside the blue hole will continue to break down. This is especially true of guns which have precision parts. So we'll need to get materials from the sea ourselves. Hey, Dave, you had to prove yourself a diver, this Master Duff. I'm not sure why I should prove myself to you. Just tell me what you need. Since it appears you'll have no guns at all, let's start with something easy. I'll need 1 rope and 1 scrap iron. You heard him, Dave. Enter the blue hole, bring back rope and scrap iron. By the way, if you run out of oxygen midway, you'll be able to bring back with 1 item. Always keep that in mind. Okay. Still, a 57-meter long fish is a big chunker. Well, I think we dove 40-something meters down. Not that we caught a 57-meter fish. A 57-meter fish is an absurdly large fish. Alright. So the menu for today. Right. That's always the catch, is juggling. You can level up your food. And you level up your food, it sells for more. Like from then on out. But it costs ingredients to do it. I am going to make that decision. Alright, and first cinematic. So as you can see, its value goes up, and how happy it makes people goes up as well. Yeah, so we're going to go with that. So today we're not going to have nearly as much on the menu. All right. Cool. And it is time to open. Why? Is it letting me have a second dive? Because it wouldn't give me the option to open the restaurant. Okay. Oh, that's probably what's going on. The idea is the restaurant's being repaired today. And you're gonna go down and get the gun. Okay. We'll need to find ore. And rope. No, what are you next to this? Alright. And I'm just grabbing extra stuff while I'm here because I'll end up needing a lot of materials later, so it doesn't really hurt us that much. There's the iron scrap, so at least gives us what we need for the quest. Now let's like catch some fish. Alright. And not being particularly picky, I'm just catching whatever's in front of me for the moment. Catching stuff like a blue tang with a spear gun, you wouldn't have a blue tang left. Alright. I'm gonna try and max out our bar before going up. Okay. Okay, so that symbol means I physically cannot take anything else. We're full up. So I wonder if you get a game or get a Kaminoan skin gloves for this game? You're talking like modding to get like Star Wars gloves? It wouldn't surprise me if people mod this game. People mod almost all games. Well, to think you actually managed to bring it back, I expected you to quietly expire in the depths, you could say. Seems I've underestimated you slightly. Very well. I'll show you how to make a basic underwater rifle with these materials. First of all, download Duff's weapon shop on your phone. It's well optimized, only 42 megabytes, you could say. Alright. Alright. I don't like Duff. Duff's an interesting character. As a thing from one of the Republic command. Yeah, no, I gotcha. With a neat explanation like that, someone like you should have understood. Well, I guess. Oh, and one more thing. I've taken some measure to allow you to open weapon chests underwater. Oh, weapon chests? You can't bring them out of the sea, but they can still be handy, you could say. Oh, I'll collect info about weapons you pick up to create blueprints for you. Weapons made of the blueprint won't break down underwater, you could say. In any case, this master will be watching you. Goodbye, Eternity. Alright, you can now craft weapons with Duff's shop. You find blueprints. Yep. Okay. You can say, yeah, that's the thing. I don't need like stuff from a bunch of different IPs to bleed over into everything else I play. All right, so. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to go to the ones we can enhance and do that. Alright. Oh. Discard all of it. No. We can just deal with what's on the menu. I don't feel a need to discard anything. So we gotta be careful about what we put on the menu. Once it's on the menu, we've committed till we run out. So downstairs, that means I only have 8 meals to make today. I was like, this seems nice. I especially love the part where, like, a bunch of the stuff is falling down, that speakers clearly, or like, not speakers, the sign is clearly, like, on the edge of falling from the ceiling. Okay. Repairs cost money? Yep. Like, we've earned enough money that we should get the repairs. Alright. And we are out of food for today. Okay, so we're close to the day. The sign was on the verge of falling on one of the patrons. Yup. Alright, so I didn't make as much money today, and that was mostly because I just didn't have enough stuff on the shelves, which is fine. We enhanced a lot of our food, so it's worth more forever in the future. Are you Dave, by chance? Yes, what is it, sir? Wow, I've always read about these kinds of things. Nice to meet you, I'm Dr. Bacon. I'm an archaeologist who studies the Sea People civilization. The Sea People civilization? Aha, I'll explain it to you. Aren't you lucky to have the expert like me tell you about them? I should have asked. The Sea People live in legends. They are said to have occupied this region a very long time ago. They worshipped fish and had gills that allowed them to live underwater. They lived in the depths, allowing them to flourish without the concerns of the invasions by civilization. But sudden changes in the sea bottom brought about their end. And that's about all there is to the story. Everyone thinks it's a myth, nothing more, of course. But proof that they are real would be found right here in this vicinity of this place. Huh? This is an amazing find. One could turn the whole academic world upside down. An ancient civilization under the sea. You'd only see such things in comic books or games. What makes you so sure they're real? My assistant closely analyzed an artifact found nearby and found it was from no known civilization. It dated around 1,500 years ago as well. There were no civilizations in these parts back then. That's interesting. But what business do you have with me? Well, you see, my assistant's cryptocurrency investments didn't pan out, and he won't be around for a good while. That's why I'd like your help. Oh. My assistant told me the artifact was found about 70 meters below the surface. Please go take a look. We're busy with the sushi bar. I don't think we can. Sorry to interrupt the conversation. I'm Cobra. I work with Dave. Of course. We should help you. We'll gladly do so. What? We don't have time to swim around searching for artifacts. Think about it. If an underwater civilization is discovered, countless people will flock here. Banjo Sushi will be bursting at its seams. I suppose you have a point. Alright, I'll help. Aha! Isn't that lucky? Of course, I won't be asking you to work for free. I'm upgrading your diving suit you're wearing for free. Wow. With the enhanced diving suit, you'll be able to venture deeper. This is essential for exploration. These days, even such things can be handled by an app. Technology advancements are amazing, huh? Let's first install the iDiver app on your phone before we proceed. The iDiver app allows you to enhance various diving equipment, upgrade equipment with money, and make at the sushi bar elsewhere while exploring the ruins. Now let me tell you how to use the iDive. I'll install the app for you, so unlock your phone first. Okay. Now upgrade your suit for free. Upgrade. Yay, so we can now go down to 80 meters before we start taking a penalty. Now you'll be able to venture a bit deeper. Once you have enough money, use the iDiver to enhance your equipment. You can enhance your suit as well as your cargo and your oxygen tank. Never forget that anything can happen in deep waters. I'll be in touch. All right. Yeah, so there's aspects of making money and getting your, like, all your stuff upgraded and, you know, succeeding with the sushi bar, and then there's aspects of, like, advancing the story as well, which is what that guy's about, is finding the, you know, the sea people. Now, we can go deeper than we could before. Alright, what do you got for me in the gun box? So our harpoon will now shock enemies. Well, shock what I catch. I like shock. We're gonna stick with that. So where normally before I had to like do the whole mini game with them, because I have the shock thing, it's strong enough that I don't. All right. We got turmeric, which is a spice. Okay, let's keep catching our fish. One of the first things I want to upgrade is the harpoon. Because the more and more I can get away with... Oh, so we're already maxed out in our carry weight. I underestimated how heavy that fish was. Alright, let's just head on up. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Maybe up your carry cap? Yeah, it's a thing. It's a classic with all these games. Like, okay, well, I need to dive deeper to get the better stuff, so I should get the dive deeper thing. Oh, but I need to be able to carry more, so I should up that. Well, I also need to upgrade my thing so it's not as hard to catch stuff, so I don't spend as much time and air catching things. Oh, should I upgrade that? It's basically everything. It's like, I want yes, and then having to choose. And all of them will be in line with being more lucrative as well. Because we think about it, the better fish are deeper, so far as the more valuable. At the same time, the more fish you can carry is also more valuable. So what's more valuable? Carrying more less valuable fish, or fewer more valuable fish? And the idea is you want all of it. Like, all of it's good. So we got a dusky grouper that's 120 centimeters in size. So we didn't catch very many fish, but we caught some big fish. Dave, while you're out at sea, the repairs were completed. Let's head to the restaurant. Wow, it's looking very nice. Haha, it doesn't matter how delicious the food is, the restaurant can't be a mess. Ah, if you want to change the interior, the menu below, so please check. You can now freely change the interior of the bunk of sushi, but as Dr. Bacon said, if the remains of sea people are found here, customers will indeed come, but this area is kind of remote, so I think we need a way to advertise the store until then. Yeah, these days it's just impossible to attract customers without publicity. Ah, have you tried using a social app named Cooksta? You mean the social media app young people use to post pictures of food they eat? Yeah, that's how all businesses are promoting themselves lately. I simply can't understand why people would waste their time like that. Sushi makes an impression on the heart, not photographs. Even so, isn't it better to use than to keep people ignorant of your food, Banco? You have a point there. Making an account is simple, so let's try it out. Let's see. You first register to make the hashtag Bancho Sushi, then done. Well, it's not as complicated as I expected. Now customers will be customers happy with your food will follow Bancho Sushi. I'm not sure about this, but okay, I got it. I'll also install the Cooksta app on my phone to check in the followers' posts. Raise your rating in Cooksta. More customers will visit with new foods will be unlocked. To unlock conditions for new ratings can be seen in the Cooksta app. Alright, so we have the interior. Oh, they gave us a lot of different ones. There's going to be later. I'm liking just the wood. So chairs. I wonder if this has any bearings on anything at all. Okay. Change theme? Oh, okay. So I just put up the picture of all of us opening it, because that feels like something you should probably do. All right. So it's still daytime. Can't I do 2 dives per day? Wasn't that right? Because you have like 3 different time segments. Yeah, so we're in afternoon. And if it doesn't work that way, it just means I have a bunch of extra fish for tomorrow. Yeah, because it vaguely... Huh? A dolphin? Seems to be asking me to follow him. Should I try to follow? Okay. And I already know what happens with the dolphins just because that was one that was in the early access version. Hang on, dolphin. I'm being offered a gun. Okay, it's just basically telling me they're gonna... Oh, triple axle, huh? Wild horse could finish off most things. I couldn't read the dialogue because the dolphin was distracting me. So we've leveled up the gun. Oh, a pink dolphin got caught in the net. So it was asking me to rescue its friend. I should cut that net. Okay. Huh. Seems they left me a gift. I don't even know dolphins had mates. So this thing where you... Yeah, so that's where you can call down a thing to assist you when you're deep. Let's not poke the shark. Actually, let's poke the shark. Hey, Sharky buddy. I'm like ricocheting it off the bottom. Alright. And we are full. That works out because we've got the thing over here. So this is an escape pod? It's just basically fast travel to the surface when you're really deep. It just makes it way more reasonable for when you're doing like the really deep dives that you don't have to try and make your way all the way back up to surface. Like even if it's not an error, it'd just be a tedious thing. Okay. We got some materials. And none of those none of the stuff there was particular at best. That's fine. It's already evening. I feel stiff. Even so, Bonko's working alone. I should probably help. It's not easy to manage with 2 people, with more customers coming in. Alright. Looks around. This is Banjo's sushi place? Miss Yoshi. I came by when I heard this place is getting popular on Cooksta. The name gave me pause. But to think it's really your place. New food using never before seen ingredients. Can't taste this anywhere else. Tacturn, but masculine chef. Wow. Did they mention me too? No. Not really. In any case, what brings you all the way out here, Miss Yoshi? Oh, various reasons. I wanted to check out the restaurant. Looks like you're still the same. Well, there's nothing to change. I simply continue day by day training myself. My goodness, that is the problem. You refused to listen to me from the last time on a similar fashion, and it got you booted from the hotel. You're talking about that again? That's a customer's fault for judging the food without even trying it. How long will you continue treating customers that way? To keep making terrible food. What do you mean terrible? Whole roasted shark head is an excellent dish. Shark has been used in cuisine in both West and East, and in Korea. It was even used in ancestral rituals. Stop. You've not changed one bit. Let me judge for myself, then, whether that food is fit for consumption. Then I can tell you why I came. Fine, I'll show you. I'll make sure you know the true taste of shark head meat. Banjo, isn't this development a bit sudden? Dave, as a chef, this is a fight I cannot back out of. My pride hangs in the balance. Please get me a white-tip reef shark head and olive oil. You want me to catch a white-tip reef shark? Yes, with your skills it should be easy enough. But a harpoon's not going to be enough. Take a good gun with you into battle. Even so, fighting a shark sounds way too dangerous. Do you mean to say that you'll just stand and watch while my pride is trampled? White-tip reef shark are usually found in the ocean far to the right. Good luck. He suddenly wants me to get him a shark head? This is preposterous. And it can only be killed with a gun? I'll have to ask Duff to make me a gun, or search one in the blue hole. New content, special customer. Sometimes a special customer with a backstory will hear about your sushi bar and visit. Learn dishes from that customer you want through research and serve them to the customers. New content research. You can now use Artisan's Flames, new research to use... I worded all that wrong. We can do research, that's what matters. So we can learn how to do a whole roasted shark head. A head of a white reef shark that's been deep fried whole. That does not look deep fried at all to me, but okay. Okay. And now we need to add items to the menu. And it just so happens I already have a shark head. Alright, let's first... Okay, so it does have to be added to the menu. Alright, cool. I was just like, okay, do I have to set it aside for her, or just that? So I've got a shark head. Gonna enhance our food. The animations in this game are wonderful. They also did a good job where you get the animation when you do your first upgrade on a day, but it doesn't sit there and just like repeat it again and again and again and again kind of thing. Alright, so with that, Just gonna keep adding stuff to the menu. Alright, so bear with me for just a second, chat. I'm gonna quickly put up the away screen for just a moment because I need to use the restroom. But thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a moment. And then trying to speed read it. So sometimes, like, I'll just get things wrong or whatever. Yeah. But I would absolutely believe that Lamprey's done 10 years. Just based on the way he plays. I'm going, hey, bada, bada, bada. Yeah, the reason I rephrased it to saying, like, most of my deaths, like, no, there have been a lot of deaths that I perhaps have underestimated you. That's on me. That was disrespectful. I should have given you more credit. Credit where it's due. You are definitely still a menace, and you're still threatening. But not you. She's a jerk. Am I gonna weasel by at the last second? Ah, yes. Just the way it's supposed to be. I'm okay if you're anxious, so long as we don't get anxious. Right now, I don't want to see anxious on our character. We're just going to see if our nimble... Okay, sorry about that. Just had to quickly use the restroom. Alright. It's telling me there's new stuff here. So we get another rope, we can make the triple axle, which is effectively the shotgun. Okay. So we get 10 bronze followers, or 10 followers will get to bronze. We had an incredibly poorly taken picture by Bonko. Don't forget to like your own stuff. It helps the algorithms. It has got names of people. I don't think we need anything else there right now. So without further ado, it's time to be overwhelmed. Oh, and we're also going to get to see another really good cinematic here in just a second. Ugh! Disgusting as usual. Just the look of it ruins my appetite. Even so, a promise is a promise. It's wonderful. How do you like it? It's good, it's tasty. I can taste the white-tipped reef shark fat inside the crispy whole roast. But it's not overly cloying flavor. Is this ginger? The ginger scent mixes with the strong flavor of the head. It's quite lovely. Pardon me. I wasn't expecting it to be this good. The Book of Five Rings states that one should not look at the essence of something instead of its appearance. Sharks look terrible on the outside, but they have robust meat and the head has a delicious taste. This whole roasted shark head brings such traits to the maximum potential. I must admit, this is good. You pass, Pancho. Let me tell you why I'm here, then. This restaurant needs to hire people. I can help you with that. Huh? What do you mean? Do you still mean to go it alone, Bancho? This place is already operating at full capacity. Things might be okay now, but you won't be able to cope when even more customers come. I can't continue working alone, but it's not easy to find people I can trust. I'm Yoshi the recruiter. This is what I do these days. Let's start by putting out a hiring ad. Hire employees to reduce the workload. Employees help serve food in the dining area or make cooking food faster. Let me tell you how to recruit staff. Pay attention closely to what I say. Okay, so we go here and say we're hiring. Click a flyer ad and choose OK. And there's no cost currently. Good. The recruitment results will become available the following day. I'll tell you more tomorrow. Okay. And then the idea is what happens is as you go through the game, you'll you'll end up having the people, like, more and more stuff comes. I don't think you ever get to the point. Alright, you won't be able to produce food if you run out of wasabi. Alright. I didn't. Okay, I guess the shark head that the critic had didn't actually count against my inventory. Okay. I would say our sales went up a little today compared to the other 2 days. Considering both of them combined and almost doubled would be about what we made. So, we made some heckin' money. Here's the add new contact. Alright, so we got a whole bunch of things. We gotta do our social networking. It's important. Alright. The sushi here is nice. I don't like the strange guy serving it, though. You know who I am. You're just being mean now. That's what we do, get the stuff for researching. Yep, so we're moving along our socials. Oh, that's cool. They actually have where you can play the soundtrack. Alright, so let's look at our upgrades. Harpoon gun. You rank up? I think it was just the way they presented it. We could double check, but I don't think we could. Because it says rank up, I need more. Yeah. So I need more. It's just not particularly clear UI. Alright, so with that, I have to do less of the mini game. Because the spear will hit harder. And if you do like enough damage, it just bypasses the mini game. Okay, so seahorse is not something I can catch. I want to keep our eye out for a rope. Because I needed the rope for upgrading, or sorry, building our new gun. Yep, so I no longer have to fight them, they just get caught. Grab some soy sauce. And so like that one before, I had to hit it 2 or 3 times and then do the minigame. I could just skip to the minigame. You are a durable fish. And that instantly overloaded us. I was just checking real fast, see if there was an escape pod thing down there. And later on, you'll end up skipping like all the fish near the top and just going for the good stuff at the bottom. Right now, I can't really dive that deep, so I'm not too worried about it. There we go. So yeah, the next upgraded thing is going to be how much we can carry. Yeah, only 80 meters so far. Yep. It's gonna take us a while. Like, I remember when we were doing the early access, it's like we get to like 300-400 meters or something. Hoppity hop. You. Do you know a lot about the giant blue hole? Well, I'm not sure what to say that it's different every time. Yeah, that's it. And this is the best place to collect the Marnica. I could complete my collection at this place. Marnica? What? Don't tell me you don't know the highly popular Ocean Life trading cards, Marnica? How can you have not heard about the futuristic trading cards that utilize an AI recognition system that automatically corresponds to fish in real life? I've never heard of them, but it sounds fun though. You seem quite behind the times. Let me help you install the app. So you do this, then press here, then touch that, add a friend, and done. Okay, what do I do now? The amazing thing about Martica is you don't really need to do anything special. Just catch a new fish, you'll get a card. Check the cards every now and then in the app, and you're done. I see. I guess I'll be able to easily see what fish I've caught so far. That's right. It's almost like, whoa. You don't want to be saying the name. I understand. I'll try it out. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Sato. And I'll give you my contact to hit me up if you have any questions. See you then. Choo-choo. It's almost like it's Pokemon. Catching fish will allow you to automatically acquire marine cards. You'll get fancy cards, the higher grade fish. Okay. Yeah, so it seems like you get 2 rounds of diving a day, 1 round of running the restaurant a day, which is totally fine. Alright, so let's push our depth, because we can go down to 80 meters, so let's just push our way down to 80 meters. Oh, I should have made the gun. It's fine. Alright, so got our shock harpoon. So even more damage. Oh, and this game doesn't have a concept of life for your character. Instead, oh, right. Instead what happens is when you take damage, you, your health, or sorry, your oxygen goes down. So we're gonna skip that fish. Grabbing stuff we don't recognize. I should probably grab a bone. Oh, dang. I think that's one. Come back to the boat safely. I'll be waiting. It's fine. What was that just now? I have to go back boat right away. I hear you, Dave. I do. But we're definitely not leaving without at least filling up our inventory. We'll grab this red fish here and then go up. So are you still copper or are you something else? Lead. Alright, I'll give up some inventory for lead. Oh, I wanted the squid, not you, but you know, you're on the hook, alright? Might as well take you. Oh, that's not squid, it's a cuttlefish. That's fine. Either way, it's in my inventory, and we're gonna take it back to our sushi bar. Alright, so over here there was the escape pod on the left. Okay. You'd think if this place actually existed, it would be a huge, incredible draw for the scientific community as well as divers in general, like tourism kind of divers. Alright, you brought it to safety. It seemed to be in very good condition, almost as if it was stored somewhere until recently. Very interesting. This may be the find of the century, or even... Alright, Dave. Let's continue work together to uncover the secrets of the Sea People civilization. What? I thought I was only helping you once. Huh. Of course, say no more. I'll put a restaurant at the top of the list of affiliates. That won't be hard to do. I have a very lucky feeling about this. Totally not a drug dealer. I'll be in touch. I mean, we're supposedly in this incredibly remote tropical island that doesn't really have much of a local populace or whatever. But it has like this diving area that changes. Alright, so that's our new record for depth. Nothing else is a new record. We just got a whole bunch of stuff. We got some fish that we brought back. The cuttlefish is new. Let's see. Well, there's an applicant for Bancho Sushi hiring notice. Time to take a look-see. Oh, I wasn't expecting an applicant so quickly. Let's check out who we have. This is a pretty nice resume we have here. Let's hire this person right away. Okay, so we don't have any skills yet. Alright, so we're hiring this person. There's no cost for hiring them. Alright, looks like we have our first staff. Hired staff must be placed. Staff can be placed in the kitchen or dining areas. Add them to the kitchen to cook quicker, or cook quickly. Add them to dining areas to serve food quickly. As for our first staff, let's add them to the dining area. I mean, you look at this 35 serving, so see, I think that should be enough for now. Going now. I'm stating the obvious, but things will get tough without staff to help once more customers get in. There's also training to consider besides hiring. That's all for now. Okay. So let's upgrade our dishes. Poor fish. Alright. So I've got 3 of you to add to the menu. Alright, I would like that any fire delay and go, yes, hire me more people. Okay, it's time to open. Alright, staff member, do all the work. Good job, staff member. Excellent. I think I'll be coming here often, and it's still going back to the, this is some like ridiculously remote place. I'm like, all right, so what's that gonna entail? Yay! We're a bronze quality restaurant, which I guess means I have more recipes. Oh, and we've unlocked the ability to have more staff members. That's good, because I didn't realize I had a limitation on that. I figured there was going to be some limitation. I'm doing what I can, but the chef is not going fast enough. Okay, we did manage to serve everyone without missing any, but eek. Yeah, so today we had the expenses, which I assume that expense is our staff member. That's fine. Hey Dave, I've got the luckiest news. What is it, Dr. Bacon? You look happy. I analyzed the artifact you brought me, and a large amount of an unknown substance was detected. I think it must be iron compressed deep water that gives off this unique wavelength. I went ahead and developed a radar to track those waves. Oh. And why is that news, Lucky? Haha, being coy today, are we? The radar is bound to come useful in your next expedition. What do you mean, my next expedition? Cobra forced me to go along last time. I wish I was given a contract with your name on it. The cancellation charge for breaking the contract is over 20... What in the world are you two talking about? Haha, don't be so by the book. Check the signal, test out the radar. Give it to me, I'll tell you if it works and no more. I like how he doesn't even respond. I forgot to tell you something. What is it, Miss Yoshi? When you hire more employees and purchase more ingredients, you have to take care of many things all at once. So I decided to give you a management app, which works on your smartphone. You can check the current situation of Banco Sushi at any time using it. You can check the status of your restaurant without visiting it. That sounds handy. I already linked the app. Why don't you check it out on your smartphone? I'm sure Banco Sushi will grow bigger and prosper. You can check with Banco Sushi's information using the management app. So I like, this game has a ridiculous number of mechanics to it. I like the way they approach it though, where it is just, you know, breadcrumbs where it's like, okay, this day you're dealing with this one. Okay, this day you're dealing with the next one. Yeah, so that's just showing what we've caught. That's fine. Oh, and for the record, if you don't know what these are, the point is it gives you information that's like, okay, this is how big it is, this is where it's caught, that kind of thing. So it is kind of a guide inside the game for stuff you've caught. Alright, so management. Alright, so you have the inventory. Ingredients owned. And our staffing. Yeah, we got a rank. So the next one is I have to research more recipes and I need to have more followers. Cool. And then I need to craft a triple axle. Alright. So we got our new gun made. Excellent. Okay. This game's ridiculous and I love it. I just really wish they would like let you turn off the screen shake. I was looking at this game. Worth it? Oh yeah, I very much enjoy it. I actually don't know what the price is of the game. But like, I don't know how many hours you get out of it. We played a good 2 or 3, I think it was like 2 streams of the early access, and then this is the full release, which is supposed to be more than double that. So I don't think this is going to be a game you're going to get hundreds and hundreds of hours out of. But it's definitely a fun game. The animations are ridiculous. Like really ridiculous. But I very much enjoy it. How's it going, by the way, right? It's good seeing you. Yeah. No, plus saying, God, these animations are the best. Cringe isn't even cringe anymore. Well, that's kind of the thing, is they do make some of the animations super cringy, but it's the kind of leaning in on it. It's like with like South Park, where they have the characters that they bring in that are like super duper cringy, but that's the fun. Is it's like this over the top character, like, oh yeah, this is uncomfortable. Yeah, no, I played the early access a long time ago when it first dropped, and this is the full release now is out. Oh, it must be the dolphin from before. Why does it look like it's in a hurry? I wonder what's going on. Come to think of it, I don't see the pink dolphin this time. I should follow. What happened to the dolphins? Okay. But yeah, I also appreciate that they do a good job of breadcrumbing new mechanics into the game. So good, Kimo sucks, but everything else is good? Yeah, I do hope it all goes well for you. Oh, a pink dolphin. Pirates was captured illegally. I should cut the net quickly. Okay. I do also like the mixel of like pixel graphics and 3D animation. Oh, they left in our gift. I hope none of them get caught again. A large gold bar. Okay. So we do have a signal for the mer people or whatever it is. Alright. Go that way. I remember I was also thinking last time that the fish that attack you, I ended up with way more of them that I was catching. Just because they were in the way, so it's like, alright. Well, I mean, I'm gonna take the time to hit you with a harpoon. I'm gonna go ahead and reel you in. Okay. Okay, so that's pushing my limits. We're draining oxygen fast. Let's get back up. Did they fix the button mashing in the game? Nah, you still have to mash the buttons when it comes to certain events and all that, unfortunately. The good news is, like, as you upgrade your equipment, you don't have to do it as much. I already kind of did go into it where I was like, hey, I really wish this didn't work in the way it does. Oh, come on. I don't have the air to mess around with you too much. I just need to get air. I believe there's an escape pod or air over here. There's an escape pod, we're just gonna take it. Alright, so we could have gotten more, but we tried to push a little bit deeper than we could really get with our current suit. Because the moment I went to critical depth, you saw like it just ticking down the oxygen real fast. Alright, so that's our longest time and our lowest depth we've been so far. We did not catch much. We caught a couple of these big fish here. But that's about it. So let's look at our app here and see what we can do about upgrading our stuff. I definitely want to increase our carry weight. We do it again. And the suit. Alright, so just burn pretty much all of our money on that. But yeah, no, the two things I wish they would make changes: allow you to disable the screen shake. It gets pretty over the top at times. And while they sort of have a fix with the mashing buttons that, like, after you catch a couple of fish and you get your upgrades, the upgrades make it so you don't have to mash your buttons nearly as much. At the same time, I wish it was different. Alright, so I grabbed the Hush Gun. Rebinding was the thing too? I thought they had rebinding settings. Let's see. So where's the space? Yeah, interact. So it's the interact is also your things. So yeah, it does look like they have rebinding. Are there any Terraria similarities? Not really. Like, the map changes everything, so when you dive, it's almost like a... You know, there's a randomization element of procedural things. Game shit. No. There hasn't been many games that have been, like, Terraria-esque lately. Oh, come on. Terraria is coming up with a new update? That surprises me. That's actually good information, though, because we've had on a schedule to play Terraria sometime soon. If they're going to be doing a big new update, I'll probably wait till that big new update's coming up. Oh, come on. Yeah. They say it's their last update. Yeah, they said that every time, though. It is those things that you're like, no, really, it should actually be your last update. You've been doing this for a long time. Like, it is okay to be going, hey, yeah, we're actually done now. Like, we've done this. Like, you know, delivered as a new title kind of thing so they can make their money. Because for as long as they've been doing it, it's like, no, you deserve to be making a lot more money than you have. You've given us free updates for... It's been over 10 years. You've been giving us free updates. I think the fans bring them back in our time. Yeah. That people have such a passion for it. I also think they've had trouble... Like, they want to make future installments and they just haven't been able to make it happen. Then when they try to do, like, Terraria 2 and all that, it just... didn't work out. They tried to make their side project with a different dev team, and that didn't work out. Yeah, definitely want to lean really hard into upgrading the harpoon, just so you don't have to deal with the minigame as much. I can't chase him in there. And I'm sticking near the escape pipe, just trying to get all the fish we can so I have a nice inventory. Whatever you are, I smacked you as a little speck with a big ol' harpoon. Alright, let's get over here. I was trying to fully fill my inventory. Still, I'm trying. I'm being greedy about this and I need to not be. It's fine. Our next upgrade is going to be oxygen. Okay. Yep, so we caught 12 fish and we were down there for just shy of 5 minutes. Alright, so now to the second phase where we run the store. Okay, so we got 2 new potential employees. They're both good at cooking and not so good at serving. That's fine. Alright, so, is there a cost for hiring you this time? Oh, right. Alright. Yes, there's a cost, so we're gonna have to wait on hiring them. Because I can't afford to. They smoke too much of the Lord's lettuce? The Terraria people? I never heard anything implied with that. Oh, the people working? Okay. Gotcha. Alright. So we're gonna enhance what we can. Alright, so we've enhanced what we can, so let's go ahead and put the triggerfish on there. Got 4 of lionfish, so we can do that. It does look like we got another menu slot when we ranked up. Okay. So is there anything else I need to deal with here? Research? Okay, so let's research something. Boiled black. Yeah. I should have done this before I put stuff in the menu. It's too late, though. Alright. Alright, so we've got our things set up. Let's go ahead and open. Man, you want some sushi now? Yeah, so I need 20 people following, liking, whatever, before we can upgrade again. Oh, I deal with the tea. I think we're gonna have some failures today because... Oh, that's overfilled. Yeah, so right now we're hitting a bottleneck with the chef. And I can't help the chef either. Okay. No, no, we can make it. Okay. So we didn't have any customers walk out because we took too long on this day. But it was definitely we definitely need the extra help. All right, we made 200 something bucks. We actually, oh right, because I had the one tea I didn't pour well. We lost 0.3 stars from perfect. Because I messed up one guy's tea pour. Hey. You haven't quit diving yet, have you? What is it this time? I'm doing some investigation for an important paper. I'm gonna need some help. Give me 3 blue shells and 3 brown shells. Okay. Aren't you supposed to do this sort of thing yourself? Are you kidding me? Writing the paper requires a ton of research and investigation. What you're doing is a very tiny part of all that. So, don't let it get to your head. Hurry along. I don't have much time until the deadline. You really are impossible. But, since you say it's for a paper, was it blue shells and brown shells? Yep. Alright, so we got 280. So I could hire, so the catch is I can hire people, or I could spend time on other things. All right, so we've already liked all the new stuff. Okay, rank up to silver. Yay, we got new recipes. And we have another place we can put people in. Alright, so staff. I was like, oh right, you're like 500. It's fine. You're almost as good on the cooking side. Yep, it's fine. Oh, not that. All right. Yeah, I've got room for a second person here. Deal with that at the end of the day. At the moment, I need to dive. I also can't imagine that Dave here would be able to stay the weight that Dave is. Waking up every morning, diving for, you know, a number of hours, and then getting to the restaurant in the evening, and then running around and working a restaurant as well. Dave would very quickly be losing a lot of weight. Oh, right, that's the rifle, that's fine. Yep, but we're talking about Dave the Diver. Okay, so we got all the shells that she wants. Let's grab what this equipment is. Oh, I didn't even see it because I was focusing on the box. All right. It's kind of neat the way like chain reacted to a whole bunch of like little stuff. You get a whole bunch of fish in one go. Alright, give me an oxygen refloat. Hey, thank you. Alright. So I've got my way out right up there. Come on. Just catching everything we can in the meantime. Oh, we're already full. Okay, so we're already full, so we're gonna head up. The reason I haven't been pushing much deeper is just because I need to have the upgrades. Dave would be dead or crippled from Ben's decompression sickness. Yeah, they wouldn't depict that in the game on how, because like the reality is you have to do the thing where you go up a little ways, you stop, you go up a little ways, you stop, you go up a little ways, you stop, kind of thing. And that would be a whole thing. Already? That was harder than I expected. These are hard to find. Well, this isn't bad. Now then. If I just complete the delivery of the Eco Watcher, ta-da! Research level gained. Eco Watcher? Oh, you don't know yet? Eco Watcher is a mission-based app made to protect the environment. You get points for completing missions on the app, and you get rewards for reaching certain levels. So, this is for points on an app, not for paper. Oh, well, you could say they're basically the same thing. You should try it if you're interested. See you! Real-time decompression? That'd be horrible. Yep. Actually, did you say that? The animation looked like a hyperbolic chamber, so I guess he does decompress. So that's when you use the emergency exit thing. You can just swim up normally. Alright, so we can get missions to do stuff underwater. Alright, so where are we? We had a new post on this. Yeah, so next rank up. Okay, so next rank up is the best taste of having 125 and 100 followers. Okay. Where we're at? Eco Watch. Alright, so it's just we have stuff for grabbing all sorts of things. So we have one for grabbing a bunch of starfish. And so far where we're at in the game, we haven't even been introduced to any of the new mechanics that came from when it got released. All of this is still just the stuff they had in early access. Because they've added entirely new additional systems. Alright. And there was one for, lionfish. Sorry, my brain is just dealing with that. Get more shock harpoon. Yeah, okay. Not sure. I might have to shoot those from afar to get them or not. This has been one of the fish I've been targeting because I get a lot out of it when I do catch them. Okay. I've already got them highly upgraded as well too, so get even more out of it. Alright, so I needed this. I need those. Alright. A flame barb. Okay. Alright. Okay, so I have an oxygen refill here, as well as I also have a escape pod. I don't think I want to mess with the saw shark or whatever. I only am dealing with a level 1 gun. Alright. Let's top up our oxygen. And just start collecting some fish. Interesting. So it's showing me the QWERTY keyboard buttons, not what I'm using. It's throwing me off, so I have to remember. So it seems like just the D, which is to the right, is the one that keeps throwing me off. I keep pushing S instead. Let's just get out of here. With all that extra weight, I couldn't maneuver fast enough to really keep ahead of it. Flame and water. Yeah, that's it's an interesting thing. Okay, so we were there for the longest event, same death maxed. You were wait. Yep. That's what it is. Like, let's just go back. Because they obtained 10 fish and all that. That's fine. Alright. Gotta make the money. Alright. And I do believe later we'll actually be able to take night dives, so we'll leave the restaurant closed some things. I was arguing, so I missed a lot. Overall, would you recommend this game? Oh yeah, it's a lot of fun. It does have a little bit of button mashing and camera shake that you cannot turn off, if that is a problem, you know, for you individually. But otherwise, the cinematics, as you can see right now, are wonderful. It has a very fun cycle of, like, you go in, you dive, you get fish, you explore, you advance the story, you pop back. You do, like, a very plate-up-esque thing in your restaurant. You kind of do this, like, ping-pong back and forth between the two of them. Alright, so I already have 2 staff here. Yeah, it cost me 50 to advertise more. Alright, so let's figure out what we're putting on our menu. Alright, so we got an extra spot. Okay. He's hungry and I want to eat some seafood and sushi. So it's funny, I actually don't like sushi. I do enjoy seafood, but sushi is one thing I've tried it so many times because I like everything in it, but I just don't like it. Couldn't answer why. But it's still one of those things. Alright, so we got a whole bunch of stuff that are really well leveled up. You know, they do have like some strategy of going, okay, let me use some of the fish to make future fish worth more by leveling up, versus, okay, or for this one, instead of that, you know, let me just take the fish and cash out. I always go for the upgrade. Alright, so it's time to open the restaurant and get to work. Hey, thank you so much for the raid. I'll get with you in just a second. We're in a part where it makes me go real fast, but the moment I'm out of it, I will get you a proper thank you for the raid. But welcome in, raiders. I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I do hope you you enjoy your time here. I was trying to sneak over and get a look at the name. Okay. Oh, I'm liking it a lot. We played the early access version of it when it first dropped, but this is the release version. I don't know which one of you have been here longer. You. Okay. So who was the raid? Think of that raid, Canadian Mountie. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. What were you playing and how did it go? Oh, I've got to make more wasabi. Okay. You played some Timberborn. Excellent. Timberborn's a fantastic game. A little slow to stream. Like I've streamed a number of times and it's enjoyable for a while, but once you get past where things start to stabilize, it's pretty hard. Okay, I would say today was a good day money-wise, considering that was our previous record. And we more than doubled it. Went really well. I was trying the Iron Teeth faction, which I don't usually play. Yeah, the Iron Teeth was a lot of fun. Alright. In just a minute here, I'm going to take a quick restroom break. But yeah, for those checking out Day of the Diver, it basically works in kind of two phases. You have the first phase where you dive in there, you explore, you catch fish, you get resources. That's phase one. And then you have phase two, which is what you just saw, which is like me running around doing the restaurant and all that. All right. So we got new posts on the store or on the app. There we go. Just had to make sure to like our own stuff. It's important. Alright, so you just have a bunch more stuff to collect. That's cool. But it's really cool in the fact that it has like so many different systems and characters and all that kind of stuff you deal with. But even with all that, like you're sitting there the whole time going and Alright, that's probably a mistake. I probably shouldn't have put that much in there, but I'm going to. But you keep putting more and more into your various things. And it's just like kind of there's so many different ways to advance the game. And we haven't even touched half the stuff because I know they added farming to the game. They had a whole bunch of other stuff. We haven't even gotten to the point of having access to that. I probably can make it down to the sea people. Well, that's no problem, Canadian Mate. You take care. You take care of your post-stream stuff, all that kind of stuff. Absolutely. Thank you again so much for that raid. A shock stick. Okay. I'm listening. Alright, so we're gonna go to the east side here. Because basically what we want to do is we want to try and follow that compass on the top. I did upgrade our air capacity twice. A baseball bat. Ah, yeah, diving under the ocean, rocking a baseball bat. Yeah, but I also need to catch the lionfish. Okay, so we do have an escape pod up here. Hi.
I kiss you.
Why would you do this?
You're handsome. And I love you.
I love you too. Surprise attack live on stream. Yep. Alright. Oh, there's you again. Alright, well this time, I'm in a little bit better position. So if I could get you to charge at me. Go for round 2, buddy. We're killing you this time. Got 2 more rounds. There's a gun box down there. That's part of the reason when I saw the gun box, I'm like, alright, we're going for it. That's not a great angle. Nope, we still got him. Alright, well, we're a little overburned now. Not super unexpected. Since I only have 1 shot left in this gun, I'm just gonna grab whatever this is. An enhanced one, alright, that's not terrible. Oh, good. We got salt. Clearly the bottom of the ocean is where that had to come from. Wow, so this is the place. Let's see. The signal's coming from inside. There are letters I've never seen before written on the pillar. If we had a tool of some kind, we could move aside the pile of rocks and try going inside. I think we should best talk this over with Cobra. Coming up for now. No, don't. Forger is on sale. So we're gonna buy that and Day the Diver. Excellent. Forger's a good game as well. I thought I heard something. Alright, well, the way I look at it, let's go get some fish. You are durable. But I have a whole lot of oxygen and the munchies, so we'll get there. And full. Yeah, so it seems like from the weight, like your optimal weight to maximum that you're allowed to carry, it's just shy of double. Somewhere in that area. You think killing fish with a shotgun is cheating? Especially since a shotgun underwater wouldn't work that well. I found the place of the signal and sea people civilization. I can't hold back my academic thirst to check it out. I'm in an important symposium right now. Please talk it over with Cobra first. I'll come by tomorrow. Huh? How to get rid of rock piles? Well, you'd have to use a bomb, of course. Is it okay to detonate bombs underwater? Weren't you talking about a rock pile somewhere deep below? I'm sure it'll be fine. Let's put our trust in the sea's regenerative powers. He's trying to gloss things over. I'm more concerned of explosions underwater are way more dangerous than in the air. That when you're dealing with the ripple effect of water compressing and uncompressing, it's bad. It's real bad. But there's an issue. The delivery ships haven't been arriving lately. I need to get a delivery from a bomb expert I know. Apparently the ship's gone off the radar. I think it's sunk. If I could use the drone I ordered, we could retrieve the supplies. Dave, could you go into the sea and retrieve drone materials? Water doesn't compress, but people do. I guess the statement is water does not compress well. But yeah, it's underwater explosions, how you turn people into slurry. It's bad. It's real bad. Underwater explosions are extremely dangerous. How am I supposed to find them in the ocean? It's huge. Delivery boxes are likely carried by ocean currents, so look for a place with ocean currents. That sounds dangerous. Okay. So, we managed to get to a new depth. We advanced stuff. We found salt. Actually, I didn't even notice this graphic before. It's a cute little graphic of me just like I got fish. I also find it interesting the idea that we have harpooned these fish. And we're going to put them in the fish tank for eating later to keep them fresh. I don't know about you, a lionfish is only about like this big. If you put a harpoon through it, that's a dead fish. There's not many fishes that could, let me check my notes, be impaled all the way through with a big metal spike and still be okay to swim around in a fish tank without being dead. Oh, you want me to remove 5 jellies? Okay. Those are right by the top. I can hit those pretty easy. Alright, we're basically broke. Alright, so bear with me for just a moment. I need to use the restroom fast, so I'm going to be right back. And closed. The free soup is exciting as well. I'm more excited about the rest. This soup is probably rotten. Ooh. Oh no. Oh good. Okay. Where the hell did you come from? No. Where that I perhaps have underestimated you. That's on me. That was disrespectful. I should have given you more credit. Credit where it's due. You are definitely still a menace and you're still threatening. But not you. She's a jerk. I just want to go on the record, I'm not cool with what you're trying to make me make. He should make his own decisions about who he likes. And like, if you want to win him over, you got to do it the old-fashioned way. You know, find common interests, talk about it, get to know one another, make him see that you're actually a person that, you know, maybe he'd be into. Not drug him with stuff that are made by questionable mushrooms from some dude in the woods. Thanks, everyone. Sorry. I did not expect that to do that. My apologies. Stop it, eyes. I need you to cut it out. Are you having an emotion? Yeah. Don't you hate it when that happens? Think we broke Strainer? Yeah. Okay. Alright, and a bake. Alright, so just double checking real fast. We had... Can I mark these? I was hoping I could like mark them to be there. So remove the jellyfish. So lionfish, jellyfish, pink shells. I mean, hell, we'll just pick up almost everything. It's fine. We just need to... We need to find a computer chip under... Oh, right. We're supposed to go down to where the currents are. Right. I do dislike button mashing. Like I said, it's not that bad just because each time we upgrade our harpoon, there's a lot of things that I would have to do that for that I don't have to do it anymore. Alright. And I went ahead and just used the gun since there's ammo right here. And I doubt we're coming back this far up to get it anyways. So I was like, okay, I'll just use the gun, catch this thing real fast. And I got the 2 pink shells down there. All right. So we got a sniper rifle. Alright, so let's keep going down further. Just for a fast escape, are you a pink one? No, you're brown. Get ourselves a barracuda. You don't pick a fight you couldn't finish. Okay. That's fine. You are big and scary. Tremor, was there an ammo box up here somewhere? Because I would like to kill the really, really, really big scary shark. It seems like a thing I would like to kill. I feel like there's ammo right up here somewhere. There you are. Use your baseball bat, I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah, that's the thing, you get a baseball bat, it's like, that'd be terrible underwater. I don't think you could really get enough muscle behind to swing with a baseball bat underwater to do any meaningful amount of damage. You'd be better off trying to, like, poke people with, like, poke stuff with the end of it. Get wrecked, shark. To be fair, most guns are pretty terrible underwater in general. Okay, so the escape pod should be up here somewhere. There you are. Because I feel like a big old chunk of shark and a maxed out inventory and all that, that's decent enough reason to come up. I also have a feeling deep sea diving every single day probably is not good for you. Okay. Alright, so you hit a new max depth, new maximum amount of time. We got a 650 centimeter tiger shark is what we had done down there. Alright. Gonna put on an advertisement for more employees tomorrow. So for 150, oh, when you train them, it goes up by a lot. Okay. I guess the idea is I'd get more employees than I need, and while I'd take some of the employees that I don't need to have up right away and have them training. Alright, there's nothing more I can research right now. Let's go to our menu. Okay. Okay, so I was trying to remember is where we had... There was an option for autofill. And I would like to do that so I don't have to manually do that. That'd be so amazing with sushi. So I mentioned it earlier, and I'm trying... Oh, was it under management? Was it on my phone under management? Was that where I saw it? There was somewhere we had, because they mentioned it before. I'm trying to remember where it was. There's our ingredients, there's our seafood, there's our plants, that's our seasoning. There's other. It's fine. I was just kind of hoping to go that way with it, just because... Oh, I don't need to enhance. Just because it makes my life easier, because I'd be like, just shove it on the menu, don't make me sit here and do all these one by one. Alright, and... 3 here. And it's time to open. No, 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 no. I got you. I got you. That's overfilled. Okay. I need to make wasabi. Gotta stop producing food soon. Okay. Cool. Surprisingly, not one dirty dish in the entire time. We sold almost everything. Alright. So we definitely need to hire another person. Okay. What is wasabi? It's a root, if I remember correctly. I want to say it's a root and you grind up. It's like horseradish in a lot of ways. But it's like it's a spicy root. And we're already making good progress. Okay, so we literally... Hey, Poity, how's it going? We're already making really good progress so far as all that. Okay. So I have $670-something. So I'm not going to be hiring a person today. I'm going to have to put out the advertisement to hire a person today. Let's do that first. Can I not do it from here? I can't. That's fine. I have to be back. Get back in the restaurant. It's fine. So I'm going to save up a little bit of money for that. We can... I'm going to save my money for upgrading the harpoon gun and not going for the suit or the oxygen yet. We're just not going to spend anything right now. I need more starfish, pink shells, lionfish, jellyfish, all that. Alright. Alright, so grab you. And I believe it was down here in the middle areas where we usually see the jellyfish, because there's usually like 7 or 8 of them right there. So I should just be able to kind of go over here and kill a bunch of jellyfish and be done with it. Go down more, I guess. Alright, that wasn't smooth at all. Still no sign of the jellyfish. Alright, that's fine. We'll just kill some sharks, killed some lionfish. And part of the reason I felt totally fine just wasting that was, what are you? A silver bowl? Okay. Alright, so we've got oxygen up here if we need to use it when we come back up. Alright, and there's the emergency escape. There's another emergency escape. Now we can top off our ammo. Actually, our ammo is topped off. Must have topped it off when I upgraded it. Alright, so pretty soon we should be pushing the limits of how... It's too dark down here. It'd be dangerous to venture down in the state. Okay. No whole lot, Ogoso. Doing some Dave the Diver. Alright. What's poppin', fish? I mean, you're not wrong. Looking through the Throne website, I'm seeing if there's any dumb enough stuff for me to buy for you. Ah, excellent. Like, that was the thing. I had two people reach out and were like, hey, they turned on this surprise thing. You should turn that on. And at first, like, oh, should I? And then it's like, oh, I can set what categories you're allowed to use and everything, which I mostly just remove stuff like baby products and all that. I'm like, please don't buy me baby products. It's gonna end up at best case scenario be donated to somewhere, which would be ultimately a good thing. But a lot of stuff, you know, isn't the kind of thing you could donate, so I'm like, yeah, that kind of stuff is literally just gonna go in the trash. They got some weird stuff on there. Alright, we can go and deal with our sawhead friend. Alright. I wanted to send you a cabbage, but they didn't have it. I mean, if I got a cabbage, at least I'd be like, alright, I guess I'm making something with cabbage. It does make me wonder if people do send me, because I was mentioning earlier in the stream, I imagine most stuff I'll have come to the surprise thing will be somewhat trolly. And for those who don't know what this is, Throne is a website where, as a content creator, I can be like, hey, here's things I would like if you are interested in buying them for me. With no expectation of that happening. But, you know, some people, that's the way they want to support. It's like, actually give you a thing, like a shirt or whatever, so that when they see you wearing a shirt, it's like, that's the thing I got them, or whatever. Or, you know, instead of just throwing $5, be like, well, here's a snack you really like, or whatever. So that's what Throne is, but they recently added a thing called Surprise, where you can send anything they have on their website. Where I could do certain things. Like, again, I turned off like the not safe for work. Don't send me adult toys. I've got that turned off. And then there's certain categories that are removed, like baby supplies and stuff that either one is not applicable, so like please don't, or is just, it's stuff that would just be junk that would get thrown away, kind of things. That said, like I fully expect people to send some trolley stuff, which is fine. But the thing I will mention is, I won't know what you're sending till I get it, but I will know who sent it. So if you get something that's really kind of like really maliciously trolly, like glitter bomb kind of stuff, then just don't expect to have that access anymore. And if it gets out of control, obviously I'd have to get rid of it. I don't anticipate anyone doing stuff like that. The things I'd anticipate people doing is getting to do something that's like actually arguably good, but getting unreasonable amounts, or getting me silly stuff like a mouse pad with some ridiculous graphic on it. I don't know. I don't know what to expect from people. If people use it at all, because I don't really advertise it. What are you? A sleepy toy? Interesting. I'm trying to stay in the shallows at the moment, hoping to locate the jellyfish. Get you an automatic toothpaste dispenser. So like, is it one of those things like a little motorized thing? You put your toothpaste in, you like run the motor and it winds it up. That's not the right kind of jellyfish. I need brown jellyfish. Yeah, that was, when you mentioned that thing, it doesn't say how it works. It just, you stick your toothpaste tube in and it simply squeezes for you. Yeah, there's the ones I've seen, that kind of thing, like I actually 3D printed one where it's just got like a gear that I could turn by hand. But all it is, you put the back end of the tube in it, and what it does is it kind of just spins it, and by the fact that you're like tightening it on an axle, it does squeeze it. They work well. It's good for getting like as much toothpaste out of the tube as you can, versus when you just try and squeeze it by hand, you just leave so much in there. Alright, so I gotta kill 5 of these. I'm helping the environment by killing things. Ah. There's an ammo reload right here. Okay. And that takes care of another one we needed to do. And let's leave that oxygen for the moment. And our escape pod over there. Potentially unlock a new gun here. It's a rifle too, so I'll go ahead and take that. Really hope we find some more oxygen down here soonish. So like not gonna be able to go down there. I don't have whatever the light is. I find it more interesting that you're like finding olive oil and soy sauce and everything in the bottom of the ocean. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. Giant clam over here. Oh, weird. The clam gives me air? That was not something I anticipated. I assumed I was going to get a clam out of the clam. A tranquilizer harpoon. I took it because it's level 2. Alright. Come here. I need to expand the inventory. How's Dave? Dave is doing pretty well. Catching lots and lots of fish. Alright, so. We had the teleport thing here somewhere. Let's go ahead and, or not teleport, escape pod up here somewhere. Put that to use, because we are completely overburdened. I can't remember how I have throne alerts set up, so I don't even know if I'll get an alert when it goes through. That may have gone through Streamlabs, and I had to yank Streamlabs off my alerts a little while ago. Because they were just doubling up on stuff. Alright, so that's the longest we've had down under the water so far. We got a whole bunch of stuff. Alright. So... Alright, so I can turn you in. Turn you in. Turn you in. Let's see, do you think we could have maybe once a month or week game with Tomb Night? Oh, you guys are so great, and it's awesome to watch. We actually still owe doing a together stream kind of thing. It's just a little tricky because Tomb isn't into a lot of types of games. Like games like resource management and that kind of thing aren't her real jam. And then there's only a couple nights a week that she's home during the stream where it's not like she's just come home from work. So I'm not against it, but there's some logistics I gotta figure out, is I guess the way I would put it. Alright, so let's research. Yeah, because we did some co-op streams way back. Alright, now before I forget, staff. Hiring, okay. Oh, you're still just here. Okay. so I could hire you right now. But I need a server, not a cook. Alright, we're gonna put out the flyers, we're gonna get new staff options. Because I need a server. All right. You think there'd be the customers getting ready to come by? They would see that and be like, "Are we eating here tonight?" No, we're not. Whatever's happening in this building, we want no part of it. Upgrade everything. Alright, so we have 8 great barracuda, so let's go ahead and put those in the menu. I've got 4 long-nosed saw sharks, so we can go ahead and put that in the menu. White-tip reef shark. Red lionfish. Starting to thin out the options, and red-tooth triggerfish. Okay. Alright, let's get overwhelmed, because it's not like I can bring another person in quite yet. But the good news is, hopefully tomorrow I'll be able to get a second server. I appreciate you coming in here, lady, and knowing immediately what you want. Not spending the next 10 minutes being like, oh, I don't know. Just like, look, man, I want the tea. Give me the tea. Okay. All right. Ooh, last moment save. Oh, nope, never mind. There was one person. One person didn't get served in time. Doesn't matter. We made some serious money. Okay. Like I said, I'm going to try and hire extra people and just see if we can't up their training and then like rotate people in and out kind of thing. To like keep training up people to get better and better. Alright, so the first thing I need to do, we're gonna upgrade you. And I'm going to wait on extra upgrades so that I know I can hire someone later. Cool. And how close are we ranking up? I need 39 more followers. Oh, did they give me new EcoWatch stuff to watch out for? Alright, they did. So, more starfish, more lionfish, and those things. Just trying to make them move faster. I don't know. They get better at serving, and I don't... Like, I assume that makes them move faster, have, like, less delays on each side. So, pink shell, all the jellyfish, more agar. It's fine. Most of the stuff it wants me to do is still fairly shallow stuff for the, eco stuff. So, grab you. All right. So I'm trying to keep an eye on the ledges and all that, see what we can find. Oh, there's the agar I need. So you just need 2 more of those. Can I just... That's much easier than actually putting effort into that. Alright. More jellyfish over here. The idea that we're just going down here and just kill, it's like, it's invasive. Go down and just start slaying. It's like, okay, I mean, sure. Alright. I have so many things I'm finding. Go ahead and top off my oxygen. Okay, so we've got more starfish coming in. So I've got our way out over there. You a pink one? Nope. Just keep finding level 1 harpoon tips. Yeah, the seasons seem to weigh almost nothing, so I don't really seem to have a good reason to not grab them. Alright, that's gonna get down to us and be like, it's too dark to keep going. Alright. It's not ready to go yet. Let's grab some more fish and deal with that. Alright. We get some oxygen from the clam. Which I still find curious, but okay. Alright, give me some kind of upgrades. That's fine. I believe that's enough with the sniper rifle that we'll be able to craft one now. Okay, so we're full up. It's time to go. We had a whole bunch of stuff for the eco thing. I need to put a little bit more focus on moving the story forward. I've been focusing mostly on the restaurant side of things, which I don't think is a bad move, because it means I'll just be able to get more goods faster later. Even if, like, right now I have, like, a hard limit that I can't go deeper. Not because of the diving suit kind of thing, but because there's an unlock I need to give myself lights. So what I need to do is instead dive really deep on the far left. That camera needs to shift over a little. There we go. Okay, never mind. I need one more for the sniper rifle. Okay, so it's the most fish we've ever caught on a go. That's cool. Like I said, I'm deliberately not spending that 752 just to make 100% sure when we get back to the restaurant I can get myself an employee, because I've seen it go as 500. What's the red circle above your head? The red circle above my head. Unfortunately, because the stream delay, I missed the context of what that was. Like, by the time I saw the comments, the red circle's not here, whatever it is. Grab some of these upgrades and all that while we're here. It's just before you entered the escape pod. Oh, it was saying that basically, like, first they'll put, like, a little gray thing above my head. It's saying I'm a bit too heavy. And then when you see, like, the red circle, it's got, like, the cargo icon, but, as a big red, like, cutout of it. It's basically saying I've got so much stuff, I'm not allowed to pick anything else up. I'm full up on what I can carry. So level 2 flame harpoon. I'm trying to get rid of a bunch of those things for the eco missions or whatever you want to call them. There's the last pink shell I need. A level 3 underwater rifle. That should do some work. There's an escape pod over there. Alright. There's a route to the ship, and there's also over there an oxygen refill. I probably got to fight that shark. No, it's a little bit of a waste, but right over here is another container. Oh, we have this. There's another container right over here. Come on, be an upgrade. That's fine, because I can use this gun, fire its 8 rounds, and then switch guns if I need more bullets. Because I gotta go poke a tiger shark. Come on. There we go. So yeah, picking up a target shark instantly maxed out my weight. If that's the icon you're seeing right now is what you're asking about, yeah, that is a that is basically that we are completely overburdened. All right. Boxing gloves? Okay, game. Yeah, we'll bring it up. I'm sure that tiger shark's worth something. Okay. It's interesting that you have kind of this conflict of going, okay, do I want to keep pushing deeper and progressing the story, or it's like, or do I want to just focus on making the money and all that now, which is fine. Okay, so we got two pretty solid.
Thank you, Progena, for subscribing for 2 months. Good evening, Rual and chat rules 10.
Thank you, Proger, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you use it here, and I really do appreciate that. I do hope you're enjoying the advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. You've been subbed to the 2 channels, and I do appreciate that continued support. So thank you. All right, so we can add a staff member. No, we can't. I have to actually hire them. All right, so I'm going to take the one I can afford and not think about any farther. So next member is going to be a cook after that anyways, so that's fine. So I now have 2 people serving. We don't have any new things to research. Cool. Okay, so I've got 9 of the Titan stuff going on. We have 9 Barracuda. We have 5 of you. 5 of you. 4 of you. And 2 of you. Alright, so this should make our life a little bit easier. I still have to manage the drinks and the wasabi. My character's the only one who can do that. But now I've got 2 people serving. Alright, so I missed one of the green teas. Keep the wasabi topped off. Oh, I also have to clean. All right. All right, I wonder if later on I'll be able to have a way to make it so the drinks get dealt with easier. So it is really nice having both the 2 servers now. Because of the 2 servers, I basically can just stay out of the way for all of the food stuff. Okay. So slightly better than yesterday's sales. We did take one ding because I wasn't able to get one of the green teas out fast enough. Alright, so. You go here. You can upgrade those. I'm at the point, so I could make the Hush Dart. We'll go ahead and make that now. I don't see a reason not to. Okay. Hush Dart is made. I'm not even going to bother equipping it right now. That's fine. Next to the sniper rifle. I don't remember... Oh, right. I am getting what I need to upgrade stuff because I was waiting for it to do that. Alright, so I just need to find copper, rope, metal, wood. So copper's the big one. I need copper. And we can deliver the pink shells. That's the eco-poison resistant bracelet. Okay. I don't have my own equipment, do I? Let's see. Nothing new email-wise, nothing new here, that's fine. I still have another app that's not... I have 2 apps that we haven't unlocked yet. That's right, so we got some upgrades. We got ourselves the better harpoon, we got ourselves a bit more storage, and we got some better oxygen, I believe is what we unlocked. Alright, so grab you. I need rope. They also do a good job about making it so like everything kind of has a use. So, no matter like, if you were someone who's just grabbing like all the random debris off the ground, you're still gonna do okay because I'll just give you different upgrades faster. Like you'll get your equipment going, because that's what we just noticed there. As I've been focusing on the fish, and I didn't realize it's kind of like falling behind on my weapons. There's some copper. All right. Okay, so we got 2 refills of our oxygen on us. That's pretty solid. And our shotgun just got upgraded for this round to level 2. So we have air. And level 3. Alright, there's a barracuda. Now the same thing I noticed the last time when I played this was the fish that attack you. I always ended up with way more of them because, you know, you stop to defend yourself versus you skip a bunch of fish and are like, hey, oh, level 4 shotgun? Alright, game, I see you. Alright, so this is where the tiger shark usually is. Could you not? Hey. Alright, so just that one fish took us from, not having hardly anything on us to overweight. To be fair. A sensor bomb trap. I only grabbed it because I wanted to see if picking up would trigger a type of event or unlock or something. It did not appear to. At the moment, with what I'm doing, I'd rather have the 2 oxygen refills. I also don't know... Like, we're finding the silver bowls and all that. I assume those are going to be important later, but... They're light. They're way down here. Alright, so let's go ahead and grab this oxygen. I know we're still only about halfway. But I have a feeling we're gonna like circle back for all this. Try and get around here, because we're looking for where there's all the currents. Okay, yeah, grabbing that oxygen was a good move with that canister right there. Without an escape pod, I have no reason to ever go back in that corner. I'm gonna worry about the sawtooth shark if I don't have to. Okay. Yeah, so I can't keep going down there. I've got to find where this current is. And ironically, I think I'm going too deep. Alright. And I only picked that up because having that sniper rifle should trigger where it can now make the sniper rifle. The other problem I'm gonna run into is if we do get to the current, I'm so overburdened, I'm not sure I'll be able to get through it because of the slowing effect. We'll see though. Yeah, we're already on the right. Let's go up. I wonder if down the road I can get like flipper upgrades to speed me up or something. There's the cave and our piece of rope. Alright, we'll just... Okay, so we need to not go as deep, so we'll try and stick above 80 meters on the next one. Because going down there, getting all that shark and all that sort of stuff where we didn't find what we wanted was kind of the thing in the wrong direction. Okay. We brought up a ton of random supplies, a decent amount of fish. Alright, so we don't have enough materials. You need iron, you need money, but I can upgrade the underwater rifle. Wait, no, that's to craft, not to upgrade. Alright, never mind. So I need iron. We still just need to find everything. Oh, so I need all the shells now. That's fine. Alright. So bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom again. I do apologize. I've had to use the restroom a lot tonight. Had a smoothie for lunch. I think it's just so much liquid. Anyways, I'll be back here in just a minute. So thank you again for hanging out, and I will be back in a moment. Individual groups or whatever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of that. That's the first time I've been gotten with that in a long time. Whoever did that, you were well-timed, probably Cookie. Because this is legit a place that always makes me nervous. And I was looking at chat for a second, and the noise played, and I thought I had just gotten got. It's very rare that I actually get caught by that, and that was, like, I'm not afraid to admit when I do get legitimately caught. Well played. And bitey sounds. Okay, we're bitten, we're dead.
They got me in the forearm where I'd already had damage to my outfit. So, rip this character, they have perished.
It's making a bunch of things that aren't your normal stressors into your stressors. And all that, so that's been interesting. The thing that has been an issue, and it isn't even like the no loot run thing, is I've just been getting bullied around by the zombies a whole bunch. Alright, let's avoid eating more. Let's just stay hungry. So you get the... Because they should have a bonus. That's interesting. That's weird. There's a bonus here somewhere. For being... Oh. And here I was making the comment to myself earlier. It's like, you don't fire the gun when you left click it without. Unless you aim it. I would be wrong. That startled me. That house started burnt down. Oh, God. Of course it did. Don't mind me.
And you.
I have been kicked from the server due to malformed packet detected as I'm being grabbed.
Hey, you didn't
That's
get
fortunate.
grabbed.
Alright, well, let's see what happens.
check
Okay. Sorry about that. Roll me lightly pregnant. No, I have had entirely too much, like, you probably didn't see it. Like, this was lunch today, was a big old smoothie, and I've gone through like 2 or 3 cans of soda. So it's just, I have had a lot of fluids today. Alright. Let's go get some more fish. And as a reminder, when you get to about the break point, thanks, that'll help. When we get to the point of the stream where we, because, like, normally for those who are new to the channel, I usually do about half the stream in one game and the other half in another. Not always. There are some days that, like, either I'm wrapping up at a game, so I'm like, okay, let's just go through the game and get it done kind of thing. But, and that does happen. But, for today's stream, I haven't fully committed to what I'm switching to. Because we do have a run going on The Sims, where it's a rags to riches run that is kind of also turned into a little bit of a, we're working on, like, having a super maxed out, character as well. So, like, have the mother is the rags to riches run, and she's got herself pretty good shape at the moment. I'm glad actually it didn't let me take that. But, sorry, I'm being... Alright, so the copper actually does have a decent weight to it. All the rest of the stuff is pretty light. But, so we've got that, like, the max out of characters. That's one possibility of what we might do, is hop into The Sims 4 and continue what we got going there. And that, there's a pretty good chance it might be done. The other thing that's possible is I try to keep to what I'm calling, like, long-form games of channel, like games that I'm going to be playing a decent amount kind of thing. And right now, we had just finished with Graveyard Keeper. And we haven't had anything particularly long-form that's popped in to replace it. And then we do have The Sims 4 going. I already have that. You do Fight Crab? We already did Fight Crab. We finished it. Could you not spray me with ink while I'm catching a barracuda, please? Okay, so we've reached where the current is. Thank you. All right. All right, so those jellyfish I don't need. Ow. I didn't see what was posted. Whoever's on the moderation was on point with that. Let's see. What was that railway thing you were playing? Did you finish the run of it? Oh yeah, the Railway Empires 2? Yeah, we played through until I reached, there's one of the missions that I did end up failing the mission. It says I deleted it? It might have been the bot. Let me double check what it was to make sure it's something that actually should have been deleted. Oh yeah, it's because I actually... No, it's honestly, I'm tired of people like comparing me to Snowden. So I actually went to the point, I put it on there because it always becomes a thing. But thank you for testing, because I was curious what that looked like when it actually nailed that. Because it's one of those things that people will be like, you'll have the person who pops in like once in a long while, it's like, hey, you look just like Snowden. And then when we look it up, I look nothing like Snowden. Beyond glasses, brown hair, white skin, and, you know, blue eyes. But like facial structure and everything's wrong. Yeah. You're not the first. I probably need to change it from being like an auto mod rule on the bot to instead be something where it's like, you know, no I don't link like to the two pictures or whatever. I don't know. It's not something I find super upsetting. It's not enough to happen. I don't know, I find it weird when people are like, you look just like and any other name. It's not even like that's specifically a Snowden thing. Because I only had one and I'm like, oh, I can absolutely see it. There's just a whole lot of like, you look like this person you pull. I'm like, really? You look like Rual Storge. Yeah. I don't know, I know there's a lot of people who that's a thing that gets them is when they get compared to others. But like, just an appearance kind of thing. Again, it doesn't like really like upset me kind of thing. It's just, it always becomes a whole big talking thing. It's like, well, then inevitably what ends up happening is I was like, well, what do you think about what Snowden did? It's like, well, one, I'm not going to say it on Twitch one way or the other, regardless. I met an actual dude at party who looked just like me, and it was really weird and people get confusing. Oh yeah. I mean, that happens. There are people who look like me out there. Like, the worst one is, when I was a lot younger, so like we're talking like early teens to like maybe just around the 20 area, the town I was living in, and like towards the end Blockbuster wouldn't be relevant, but the earlier part Blockbuster would be relevant. There was a second person in my town who had the same full name so far as first and last, I don't know what their middle name was, as me, and looked roughly like me. Like, it's one of those things that if the two of us were in the same room, you wouldn't mistake us. But if you're just going again by, like, you know, white guy with brown hair, absolutely would match. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. And he's also really terrible about actually, you know, returning his stuff to Blockbuster on time. So it was a constant battle that was like, you know, hey, we see you have an overdue. It's like, no, I don't. Try again. Look for the other Eric this time. Sorry. Well, there's that. It's not like my first name has been revealed more than once. But you know, it's the other one. And they're like, oh, my bad. But the thing is, a lot of times they would get him wrong for me, and that's like, no, you got the wrong person. I haven't rented that yet. It was a huge pain in the butt. Oh, it just meant I stopped going to Blockbuster, is what that ultimately meant. Because I just got tired of it, because like every time they'd want me to pay and I'd have to argue with them, I'm like, you know what, I'm just not going to come back. I don't care enough about this. Trying to just get a little bit more fish. Okay, now we're full up. Like, luckily that was the only thing I ran into conflict with the guy. I think, and for the record, I think he was much older than me. Like 10, 15 years older. It's like, yeah, there's someone else. That's it. Let me rent some more. Oh no, there was times that like there was a couple employees who knew about the situation. They're like, you know, the person would come and is like, is this okay? And it's like, yeah, no, this is fine. This is an ongoing thing. Don't worry about it. Like, he's fine. But that was just one of those things. Whenever I got like a new person who was unaware of the situation, like there was times they wouldn't budge on. I'm like, all right, well, I just won't rent stuff, and it just, you know, it kept me from coming back at all. All right, we should be able to deploy a drone with this. You look pretty exhausted. Well, the sea currents did knock me around a bit. I see. I'll take a bit of time to repair this drone to deploy it. Please wait a while. Should be done tomorrow morning. So go about your business as usual then. Yay, we got a whole bunch of soy sauce. All right. And we had a new record for everything but depth. All right. So let's check on their staff stuff. Yeah, so I can hire that person for an obnoxious amount later. I am going to probably get, because the next person I'm going to get is cooking, and that's some really high cooking. So what we're going to do is just kind of wait till that's available. In the meantime, we can upgrade some stuff. Honestly, the cinematics make the game. Like, the whole game's good, but I feel like you'd still just kind of overlook the game. But with those cinematics, it's just impossible to not notice it. So can I continue to upgrade? You can. The amount they allow you to upgrade stuff in this game is ridiculous. Alright. Alright, so we got that going on. I guess we're ready to open. So it's on me to handle the green tea is the big thing. Alright. And I'll do the stretch in just a minute when they give me a break in this chaos.
Man, no, the devs behind this game, they did a great job. My one and only complaint is just the inability to turn off screen shake and the button mashing kind of minigame. Like the other ones where I have to hit like, you know, it says like left and up or whatever. Those ones, that one's fine. The hit the directions that they tell you. Cool. The timing one, fine with that as well. It's just the one where like mash the button as fast as you can. It's like, all right, give me a push and hold option for accessibility. Because I also don't want to do that because of wrist pains and all that. That's the exact kind of stuff that makes things worse. Just trying to protect my hand. Hey, we can increase our store quality again, restaurant quality. Okay, so we didn't make nearly as much money today as we did yesterday, but a big part of that is we didn't have nearly as much inventory available for sale. So as volume of sales, we didn't have as much on the shelf. Because they won't ask for something that you don't have typically. Good morning. Sorry I couldn't come by yesterday because of the symposium. Did you speak with Cobra? Oh, come to think of it, I got materials since Cobra said he was repairing the drone yesterday. Oh, a bit late, aren't I? Haha, I repaired the drone just fine, thanks to you. I got some supplies as well. Here's the bombs you asked for, also. Oh, thank you, Dr. Bacon. Will these do? Alright, let's head back to that rock pile. Oh, wait. I haven't finished. Starting today, the Cobra shop is officially open. What is that? Ha, the deliveries have stopped, but with the drone in working order, I can transport 3 types of items in a day. Talk to me and select the Cobra shop to see the list of changes every day. I'll also buy stuff you don't need. Check out the sell tab as well. I'm feeling like you'll charge high prices, but it's nice to be able to prepare. I won't charge high prices just because I've got the only business here, so don't be afraid to visit often. I feel like you let your business slip just now. In any case, it's time to head back to the rock pile, where the signal and the sea people were detected. Alright. Okay, so first, I owe a stretch. Let me do the stretch. One thing I also appreciate is you don't have a time limit underneath the water. Like, it's not like Stardew or whatever, where, you know, time passes, you hit a certain point, and it just goes, nope, go home. You have air, which operates as a time limit, but you can, like, pause the game, do all that kind of stuff, and be fine. It's not like they have a big clock that says 3 minutes. Let's see. You get a pair of headphones listed on... I'll get you a pair of headphones. 50,000 a pair of, you know, mortgage on it. Oh, jeez. I'm gonna be honest, if someone bought me a pair of $50,000 headphones, I'm putting those on eBay and selling them. There's not a pair of headphones in existence worth $50,000. I am leaving them in that box, and I am reselling them. I'll buy myself a car or something with what I get back. Which is still very, very appreciated. But don't do that. I also wouldn't know, like, if it wouldn't even matter what the donation was. Like, if someone dropped, like, $50,000 on me, I don't think I would be able to meaningfully process that. It would be one of those things that when it happens, I would probably assume it was just a chargeback kind of thing that, like, you see the alert pop up and you're like, yeah, I'm not getting that money. There's, like, you know, thank them just in case, but I'm like, yeah, that's totally not getting, like, reality. That's just so far out there. The whole, if you can't believe... Oh, hi. Thank you. I didn't hear you approach. I got startled. Oh, no, it's fine. I love you. It's just, you were right there. I have food, chat. I have some spring rolls and some pot stickers. Alright. You can buy auxiliary items that you can sell at the shop, the Cobra shop. The Cobra shop is only accessible in the morning and the afternoon. Purchases can only be used for 1 day, so keep that in mind. Yeah. There are headphones worth $50,000 apparently. No one would blame you for selling them, though. Yeah, it's like, the only way I can see that they're worth $50,000 is if they're like some signed collector's high-end type of headphones, where it's like the exclusivity is what makes it valuable, not the hardware, which means you're effectively paying for something unrelated to their use. Those are the kind of things you buy them and you put them in a display case on a shelf, or you keep in the box and resell it. Just in case there's something, like if someone is going to buy a high dollar item for me, buy me like, I don't remember if I think I put it on there and I pulled it down because it didn't feel comfortable. There was, what's the brand? The really nice computer chairs, like that are for offices. It comes up every time and I always like, oh yeah, what is the brand? Herman Miller. That's right. Like I think I had like a really nice Herman Miller chair as like, not a gag thing, but it's like, hey, if people want to just throw individual dollars to eventually have it accumulate to purchasing this, that's something I get my mileage out of, but it's also way more than I would feel comfortable asking anyone. Because it's the whole thing is I don't expect support, but I appreciate support. Alright, let's see. Just in case there is something worth documenting inside. How about we take the underwater camera with you? But chairs are chairs. Well, right. I will say chairs are chairs, yes, but chairs are something worth spending a little extra because blood clots and everything else, like you do want to make sure. And often cheaping out in a chair just means you'll end up having to buy more chairs, and therefore you don't save money. It's kind of the same thing as shoes. You can buy the $5 shoes, and then you're buying another pair of $5 shoes in a month because they're disintegrating. Now, you can obviously go and buy like $400 or $500 pair of shoes that also barely last a year, and that's not a win either. But there's definitely the bargain area of stuff. Usually it's you get what you paid for. And these computer chairs like this Muso isn't too bad. I've been pretty content with it. But like I have another gaming chair that I got that I used it a couple times. Like, this sucks. This is a terrible chair. I was pretty pissed off I couldn't return it. It was such a bad chair. So I'm definitely, like, when this goes away, I'm definitely just getting another office chair. How about taking this under a camera? That's right. It'll be important for research, too, to record important documents and photos. Take the camera, and I'll let you know when you find the right place to use it. Okay. So I've got a bunch of money. Let's go on iDiver. So the question is, do I save up? I think I save. I think I save for the better harpoon gun, just to save my poor little fingies from all like the button spamming mini games. And then we can worry about like the other stuff later. Alright, so you still have a whole bunch of eco stuff to grab. Oh, I just realized I probably could have made the sniper rifle. It's fine. Hey, Wanham, how's it going? Yeah, as far as the, where I had that thing earlier where, it pulled that message and all that, I might just make, like, I might have to sit there and make it instead of just, like, auto-modding it kind of thing, because it's one of those things that someone popping in for the first time wouldn't have any idea about, so mostly I just don't want to deal with it. It's probably one of those things that I need to turn around and have the bot, instead of just, like, kind of auto-modding delete it kind of thing, which it's just because I added to the filters words list. Instead turn around and have it be like, you know, hey. It's like, congratulations, you said this thing, by the way. Here's some pictures to show that, like, it's not really a thing. And it's fine. Like I said, it's not something that upsets me. It's just one of those things I just didn't want to deal with. Alright, is that enough that we finished that one? I couldn't tell. Yeah, I also don't remember how many more lionfish and all I need to get. We should be getting close. I'm assuming we're basically done because I didn't see a prompt. Oh, I need those. And actually, now think about it, the other ones I need usually show up by the surface. Let's see, luxury gifts lists a bunch of purses and a couple of salads. Yeah, we can call that luxury. So we're only 20 feet down, or 20 meters down. Yeah, I was gonna say, the other ones always show up here, because I have one for killing a bunch of jellyfish, but there's specific types they want. Alright, I think that's all the jellyfish I needed. Yeah, no, most of the stuff I had put on Throne before, it was stuff like beef jerky, there was some tea, stuff like that. Because those felt like, because what I was trying to do was look at like from a dollar value of stuff that I could get for like 5, 10, 15 bucks, like lower dollar items. Because I figured that made more sense. I did just include a couple of higher ones. It's basically I tried to have a range of prices so people could, you know, effectively donate however much they wanted to / comfortable with, and there would be something in that range for them. For like one of the higher dollar items, I had the Elgato foot pedal, so I could do some like tie mute unmute to it. You never know when a whale is watching. I mean, I know it's like the industry term for it and everything. Well, usually that's mobile dev, but you know, someone who's willing to throw a bunch of money at stuff. Oh, here. Alright, I just didn't want to deal with you. Yeah, there's sometimes like I won't say people's names because that's not the whole thing, but like the other day I was in one of the friends of the channel's channel, and they got it was an absolutely ludicrous donation of $3,000, you know, I'm gonna say $3,000. It was in their local currency, but there's like $3,000 donation just out of nowhere, which is absolutely absurd. They deserve it 100%, but still. We're here trying to place one of those bombs Cobra gave by the rock pile. In real life, don't do this. Bombs underwater are a very, very dangerous thing. You know what? All good? You know, it's sort of hard to see through the radio. Can't have it torn to 1,000 pieces. Go through the sharks. That's a scary thing to say with such a casual voice. Now, back away from the bomb for a bit. Okay. There should be enough. Here it goes. Yeah, real life, that is not far enough away. Real life, you're dead. Underwater demolition is one of the most dangerous professions. Yep. There's a faint lighting coming from inside. Go inside. What if there's a monster or something inside? That would be an amazing scientific discovery. Just go grab some ammo real fast. Alright. But yeah, no, it was awesome, and I'm happy for her that she got that donation. Now, granted, it's one of those things that she was like, yeah, I'm not touching any of that money for like 6 months till it's outside the range that someone could charge it back. Wow, this place, wow. It appears to be some kind of sea people record chamber. My lucky feeling was correct. There definitely was sea people civilization in this region. Now, look at that mural. No human could have painted that so deep underwater. Maybe these are from the ancient civilization that sank from seismic activity? A good point. But that style of painting and architecture can't be seen anywhere above ground. Please investigate this place. I'm sure you'll find a variety of interesting clues. This can't be a natural pillar. There's some mysterious characters engraved on it. The mural seems to be a warrior or a king. It looks powerful. There seems to be scales on the lower body. Is this really a mural of sea people? Painting of dolphins and marine plants. Apparently the sea people could draw
Not only right. Good. That should be enough. I would like to research a little more. Please take a photo camera I gave you. I want whatever that clearly looks like a bracelet is on the ground. That's very clearly a bracelet. I can only imagine that's a bracelet. New content, camera. The camera indicates that you can take pictures, check your objective in the left thing, use space to adjust the focus, and then remove your hand to take the picture. Make sure the timing matches with the green indicators. Okay. Oh, I see something on the floor there. Oh, it might be another sea people artifact. Bring it to me. I also like he's like, I think you've seen enough, come on up. And it's like, no, if I have a camera, you should be photographing like meticulously every single section of this place, like starting in one way and just like going by a grid. Especially since we opened it up, who knows what the, like if this environment would get destroyed. Sound from before. A record chamber filled with sea people symbols. What could they have written? More importantly, didn't you hear something? What do you mean? I didn't hear anything over the radio. Come back into the boat for now. Like you'd want to photograph everything because this has been an enclosed chamber for a while. We don't know if the water makeup is going to be different here, that releasing the other water in here could jeopardize the artifacts in this place. You'd want to collect everything you could. Because the unfortunate reality of archaeology is an inherently destructive process. You are pulling artifacts up knowing that they will get damaged and ruined, and you do everything in your power to try and minimize that damage and all that. Because the other thing is, it's impossible to learn from the stuff that you can't reach. Okay. So now, we're just here for fish. And I'm not being picky. I'm taking everything I can get until it doesn't let me take any more. Get wrecked, Ocean. Okay. All these fish are food. Yep. My inventory is full. Killing that last fish served no purpose. All right. A sea people artifact. Very interesting. Well, I'm glad you like it.
I'll have to analyze this artifact in the mural farther at my lab. I'll be in touch. Hey, you there. I heard an explosion in the sea. Do you know what's going on? Oh, about that. We are Sea Blue. We are an organization that tracks down people who pollute the beautiful sea and reports them. And sometimes I carry out justice myself for those who commit particularly evil deeds. I've had reports of someone who has been engaging in mindless destruction of the environment in these parts. I don't know if it was you, but you better be aware of this. Whomever harms a great sea will have to contend with Sea Blue. And me, John Watson. Now then, be ever grateful to the sea and never lose your love for it. I'll be leaving now. We're watching you. What a creepy dude. Will we be okay? Sea Blue. That group is infamous. They commit acts of violence under the pretext of environmental protection. It's mostly the large corporations with the big fishing businesses, and not small fisheries that harm the environment the most. They say nothing to the corporations, however. I expect they're taking bribes or something unsavory like that. That guy looked like bad news. Won't be any good for you to be on their radar. Be careful. Okay. Right, now saving up for the better harpoon. Because I would like to not have to do the mini games as fast as possible. I love it when the games paint environmental advocates as corruption. Yeah. Yeah. To be fair, when it comes to environmental advocates, I would definitely say the presentation of the ones in this are not most effective. This will no way have any effect on people's perception of real-life groups. Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh, I should have gone to the app and turned in the stuff. It's fine. We're already in the water. Yeah, it's those things like, don't get me wrong, there are groups who do like act on violence and yada yada yada. But by and large, it is a very small portion. That a lot of the rest of them try and work within the confines of the rules and all that to accomplish their goals, and it's just difficult. They're up against a lot of money and a lot of power. Hey, Subway. How's it going? I was saying, also, you're murdering, like, all of the predators in the ecosystem. Oh, yeah, no, what we're doing is actually really terrible for the ecosystem here. Like, what we're doing is how you have really bad unbalances in your ecosystems where you kill almost all the predators and you have, like, mass overpopulation of the things they would normally eat. Yeah, we are definitely not doing good things here. And we excuse ourselves because we're killing only a couple or whatever. It's that we're going down here and killing stuff like sharks and on that, like on the daily. And sharks take a long time to grow up and everything. Remember, it's Greenpeace, so I mean, Sea Blue, we're the bad guys. Yeah, I am curious where the story and all that goes. Like, it could be one of those things that's like, just a corporate thing. Who knows? I want to say that presented the main guy as like ex-military or something as well. Like he shows up with like a grenade launcher at one point. You're like, how in the, heck does he have that? Well, I grabbed a tranquilizer dart, but it didn't seem to do a good job at tranquilizing. It seemed very not tranquilizing effects on that the tiger shark. Okay. I just want to see how these work, and I want to go punch a fish. Which is probably going to be pretty hard. Oh, this will probably be the depths where we won't be able to keep going. Okay, I punched a fish, I'm satisfied. I don't need you, but I already committed, so sorry, fish. There's probably going to be an achievement like finishing off a shark by punching it or something. Something ridiculous like that. I already have a feeling that's coming. Alright. Okay, so no bests this one, but that's alright. I wonder what the max level on stuff is. Considering we're supposedly still in chapter 1 out of 7? VIP appeared. Vincent. Hello viewers, this is Yui from the TV show Star the Chef. Today I've come to the seaside sushi bar that's all the rage on Cooksta. Banco Sushi. In this sushi bar that's famous for its exotic sushi, we have the legendary sushi expert Vincent Yamaoka. Yamaoka. I have no idea how to pronounce that, I do apologize. Vincent. I am Vincent. Hello, Vincent. How would you define sushi? Sushi is a very simple dish. There's only rice, vinegar, wasabi, and fish that goes on top. Everything hangs upon these ingredients. However, simple does not mean easy. Listen. How good the ingredients are, and how they're stored, aged, how they're cut, and how the rice is cooked, and how it is all molded. All of these things are a matter of art of sushi, yes. I see. In that case, what do you think of the exotic sushi that Banco Sushi is famous for? The ingredients for sushi have long been similar. The king of fish, the tuna, and particularly the belly. Below that, olive, flounder, amberjack, white, and red meat. All verified ingredients, you understand. To dare to use new ingredients despite
the many proven ones that existed from the Edo era, regardless of the taste, it shows a lack of respect. You have once criticized California rolls as not being real sushi. We're curious to see what your opinion of Banko sushi will be. Now then, let's start by introducing the star of today's show. This is the owner, Banko. This is a bit sudden. I'm called That's quite reticent. That can only mean he speaks through his cooking. The sushi bar offers fantastic view as it's near the giant blue hole, and the chef sure gives off the vibes of a master. I'm really looking forward to how the food will taste. Vincent, which food will you be trying? I'm not really interested in the food of a place that's focused on appearance. You there, Banko. Was it your name? Let me take a look at what you can do. Let me see. Bring me something to surprise me. Wow, Vincent offers a daring provocation. He left the menu for the chef to decide. I can't just sit by and listen to your prejudiced thinking. Give me 2 days, and I'll be sure to shock you. The standoff between the traditional gourmet and the exotic chef. Things are gonna get really interesting. We'll come to you live in the next episode. Don't forget to tune in next time on Star the Chef. What are you thinking? What are you gonna do? A man does not run from a challenge. I've thought of something. Will you get me the ingredients? I need some sea grape and some white spotted jellyfish. They can both be harvested in the limestone cavern about 100 meters in the depths. By the way, you'll need to capture the white spotted jellyfish alive. You'll need a tranquilizer gun or a net. I'm gonna have to make sushi with those. Okay, a limestone cave, right? I'll go look for them. I'm about to say, I have these ingredients. And it's like, alive. I'm like, wait a second. So sometimes a VIP customer will order a dish that's not on the menu. Procure these ingredients by the designated date. Supposedly I already have all these things, question mark? Okay. Alright, let's check our app. We apparently can upgrade. Alright, we're now gold quality, and we got a bunch more recipes. We can hire a new staff member. We have an extra menu slot. What do we get for this? So that gives in our cooking slot. I don't really know what that means. Alright, so, cooking slot will be another step. Like, I have 4 slots that I can use, 2 dining, 2 cooking. It'll be in the deck, extra one there. That means I'm probably nowhere near the maximum number of employees I can have. Okay. So we've got that, and I got a bunch of money here. So menu. Alright. These animations are so enjoyable. Like, we've seen this animation probably 3 or 4 times now. But, like, how absurd they are is just still fun. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm sure at a certain point you get tired of them, but then you can just skip them. But, since it is only, like, at the most, one of those animations per day, and they usually have, like, 4 or 5 variations of each animation, it really, it really doesn't make you feel like they're overdone anytime soon. Okay. So I'm gonna put you on the menu. Then you. A lot of tiger shark this time. Barracuda. Coral trout. Fried egg jelly. Red lionfish. Okay, so that's that all maxed out. All right. So put out the flyer. Because we'll see if I can potentially hire that last person before we get the next list of people, put them in there. And like I said, I don't know how many. Okay, so it did clear the waiting room. So I don't know how many more staff I can have than like extra. Because I want to train, and to train I'm gonna have to give them time off kind of things. At least I believe I need to give them time off. Yeah, so I missed one of the green tea orders. I couldn't go fast enough. It was the very first one when I went to pour the drink. I hit the wrong button, so it didn't start it. I hit space instead of the down arrow. So I didn't get through the first pour in time to be able to get the other ones knocked out. Okay. So many people so fast. All right. And a new record profit-wise. We did take one hit because of my, where I was late on the one green tea. It's probably fine. And to give an idea where the early access went, wasn't too much farther than that. We helped the mermaids a little bit, and then there's a point where we're supposed to go deeper, and that's when the early access ran out. Dave. Yes, Dr. Bacon? Dave! Yes? Do you want to hear the good news or the bad news? The good news. Ah, you're the positive type. I studied the bracelet you brought me yesterday, and it was from the sea people, as I expected. Wow, so it's an ancient artifact? The bracelet seems to be imbued with some type of mysterious power. Here, you can wear this. What, me? I mean, I'm grateful, but why? Who knows, there might be some frightening sea people curse on it. Well, in any case, try it on first. Sea People Bracelet. A bracelet shaped like a Sea People artifact has mysterious energy that aids breathing. Survive a certain period after running out of oxygen.
Well, I feel some kind of new power inside me. Glad to hear nothing bad happened. You better check your diver box for more information about the charm you're wearing. Oh, and I have more great news. I analyzed the artifacts in the investigation data, and we were able to find very strong signal in the ocean depths. This is the right place. The objects didn't just float over here. I have a feeling the giant blue hole suddenly appeared is serving as a conduit to the Sea People site. A very lucky opportunity. That just sounds like I have to risk my life again. So what's the bad news? In order to venture the deep, you'll need a deep sea headlamp. Deliveries have stopped right now for some reason, and getting one is out of the question. Maybe Duff will have one? He has all sorts of things. You're right. Try contacting Duff first, will you? Alright. You can equip charms and swap them out of your inventory. Charms have various effects that will help you out in the game. Don't forget to try them out if you find them. Huh. Some kind of mail is here. Should I check it? Jellyfish Party. Hello residents, we have finally launched the tourism committee to promote the newly discovered mysterious Blue Hole. The first event, the Jellyfish Party, will be held in 3 days. If you know any restaurants that can serve jellyfish dishes to match the theme, please spread the word. Oh, a party? What a nice looking picture. I guess they're trying to open a place for tourism? I just hope that it doesn't get too chaotic. Well, it's a party held for a special day. We need to prepare for more customers. The mail said the party's theme is jellyfish. Jellyfish dishes should be popular. It's October 15th, so we have 3 days. Ha! We could be sure to prepare some jellyfish. What kind it may be? Let's hit the jackpot. Special customers arrive during events. Prepare the dishes they like in advance, and you might hit the jackpot. Special customers arriving during events. Prepare these dishes to advance, and you might hit the jackpot. Okay. All right. Let's not worry about that quite yet. Why are you so angry, Duff? I ordered a limited edition Leia's Chan figurine, but it hasn't come in for over a week. Would you believe it? It's got a serial number limited edition only artwork. Whoa, calm down a bit. Everyone seems upset with the deliveries having stopped. I think there must have been some kind of accident. To see what's going on, I'll need a deep sea headlamp. Oh, of course, I have one of those in my safe storage. But I can't get it to you for free. There's a condition. I think I know what's coming. Please find my Leia's Chan figurine. It's a pink delivery box. You'll know when you see it. I requested special care for the package, so it should not have been washed away. If the ship carrying it sank, it'll likely be somewhere nearby. Find it for me, and I'll give you the deep sea headlamp. Sigh. I'll have to look to see if I can't find the location of the sunken transport ship. Alright. Now, before we get into any of that, what I'm going to go ahead and do is we're going to be wrapping up the recording for this. We might play more Dave the Diver today. We might not. I'll put it up to a poll. But I want to go ahead and have a nice little break here for putting it on the YouTube. So I'm going to end the recording and give me 2 seconds.